Today, jury selection began in the trial of 3 men accused of murdering an unarmed black man. It was an incident that shook America right at the start of the pandemic last year. Ahmaud Arbery was killed in February of 2020 while out for a jog in the small town of Brunswick, Georgia. But it wasn't until more than 2 months later, after graphic video was released and protests erupted, that the 3 white men involved were ultimately charged and arrested. We'll get to all the tributes to Colin Powell in a moment, but we begin with Elwin Lopez on a trial that is expected to captivate the country.
Hundreds of potential jurors are showing up today as jury selection kicks off in the trial of 3 men accused of killing Ahmaud Arbery. His death is sparking a national outcry, going far beyond this coastal community.
We all have to look alike. We don't all have to believe in the same beliefs, but we are so much greater together.
1,000 mailboxes hit with jury duty notices. That's about 1 out of 85 residents in Glenn County.
Simply because a case is in the media doesn't mean that you can't find jurors who will be able to approach the case without having already made up their minds.
Prosecutors say the 25-year-old was fatally shot in February of last year while he was on a jog near Brunswick, Georgia. The cries for justice amplified, with people taking to the streets after this cell phone video of Arbery's final moments emerged. It appears to show Gregory and Travis McMichael chasing after Arbery. Their attorneys say they suspected he was a burglar after seeing him enter a home under construction that same day. Travis calling 911.
I was leaving the neighborhood, and I just caught a guy running into a house being built 2 houses down from me.
Neighbor William Roddy Bryan took the video. After this brief altercation, it allegedly shows Travis shooting and killing Arbery.
All right, guys, everybody's got their weapons up, correct?
The immediate aftermath caught on police body camera. Arbery's body still on the ground.
They start wrestling, and Travis shoots him right in the damn chest. The guy was trying to take the shotgun away from him.
At one point, Bryan claims Travis McMichael uttered a racial slur while Arbery was on the floor.
Mr. Bryan said that after the shooting took place, before police arrival, while Mr. Arbery was on the ground, that he heard Travis McMichael make the statement.
He also allegedly told authorities he tried to block Arbery with his vehicle. Bryan speaking with police.
I mean, if the guy would have stopped, find out what was going on, this would have never happened. Should we have been chasing him? I don't know.
We believe that Roddy was nothing more than a witness to the shooting on that day, and that he acted in good faith at all times.
The 3 suspects were not arrested until more than 2 months later, after 2 different district attorneys recused themselves and failed to bring charges.
It wasn't until the Georgia Bureau of Investigation got the case in some 36 hours after this video went viral that arrests really started to happen. So it was really public pressure and outcry for the most part.
The McMichaels charged on May 7th and Bryan almost 2 weeks later.
I'm tired of all kids living in fear. We got kids, grandchildren, all that stuff we got to worry about there on the future. And I'm scared they can't be going for a run, fearing for their life, ducking bullets. It's got to stop.
2 arguments that are expected to play heavily in this case are then citizens' arrest law and whether or not the McMichaels acted in self-defense.
What we're going to see here to try to beat those charges are going to be the old citizens' arrest law, and I say it's old because it has roots from the pre-Civil War era.
That citizens' arrest law was just repealed in May, the jury now having to separate the past from the present.
It's going to be a constant reminder from both the judge and, of course, the defense attorneys that say, hey, we know that citizens' arrest is gone. We know that the political climate changed it because of this murder. But that's something you cannot think about. And that's going to be very difficult for a lot of people because common sense would say, well, if you change this law because of the death of Ahmaud Arbery, there must have been something wrong with it.
Elwin Lopez, ABC News, Brunswick, Georgia.
Elwin, thank you.
Hi everyone, George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage, click on the right over here to subscribe to our channel, and don't forget to download the ABC News app for breaking news alerts. Thanks for watching.
On Ancestry, I discovered more about my great-great-grandfather, Baptiste Coretto. Ancestry threads all of the little facts together into a narrative so you get to feel like you're walking the same path they did.
Underway right now, jury selection in the Ahmaud Arbery murder trial. Arbery is the 25-year-old black man who was chased down and shot to death while jogging in a neighborhood near Brunswick, Georgia. You may remember this happened months before the killing of George Floyd, and it has been part of the broader discussion and protest.
Good morning, everybody. How's everyone doing this morning? Hope you're all doing swell. It's been quite the news cycle. Good morning, Flannel. Hey, good morning, Anthony. You won our raffle yesterday. I'm not sure if you were around for the drawing, but send us your address and let's get you a free piece of merch out of the merch store. Anybody who wants to enter the merch giveaway raffle, it's a minimum of $1 super chat. Just throw a super chat in and I write your name down and you could get any piece of merch you want for potentially $1. But again, big congrats, Anthony. Big congrats, Christy, our 2 first raffle winners. But today we're talking Ahmaud Arbery. It's True Crime Tuesday. Tuesdays we're going to do true crime. Now let's play for a second.
About 1,000 jury summons were sent out in Glenn County.
Let everybody pile in this morning.
85 people received one of those summons. The first 600 people showing.
Let's get caught up.
And that process is made more complicated by the fact that you have 3 defendants, and each one of those defendants has 2 attorneys, and on top of that you have the prosecution and the judge that will all weigh into the overall makeup of what this jury will look like. And there are
Good morning, Gardy.
Wanda Cooper-Jones, who is Ahmaud Arbery's mother, has concerns about the jury, and she also talks about that video.
If you got him, smoke him. Let's catch up on the Ahmaud Arbery trial.
I thank God that the video came and we got arrested, and now we're here to select the jury to finally get justice for Ahmaud. I have my concerns, being that the jurors will be picked from this community. There has been lots of miscommunications in the beginning on what happened on that day, but I'm hopefully that we'll get the right people in the right place to make the right decision.
Miscommunications? It was a racist killing.
Some suggest maybe 2.5 weeks, Anna.
Martin Savage, thank you.
And the police better do fucking right.
From CNN legal analyst and civil rights attorney.
What up, Rock?
Both the defense
good morning, guys.
Are expressing concern about whether a fair and impartial jury can be seated in this community. What do you think?
I think it's going to be complicated, Anna. We know in these high-profile cases it's very difficult to find people that haven't heard about the case, haven't read
good morning,
case,
Justin.
haven't seen the extensive media. But this case is even more complicated than the typical high-profile case because not only do we have this disturbing video of the actual shooting of Ahmaud Arbery, we also have the prosecution.
The hell was that ding?
District attorney. We have that district attorney who played favoritism towards one of the defendants who had actually worked, Gregory McMichael, who had actually worked in her office. That delayed the actual indictment of these 3 defendants. And it wasn't, as you said in the opening, until there was this huge public outcry and the release of that videotape that we actually saw any kind of action.
It's got to be hard pulling for a jury after the release of a tape like that. I'm excited for Jameson to get in today to really nerd out about law today.
You point out the prosecution has changed hands multiple times. I think they're on the 4th prosecutor. And in fact, it was the original district attorney, Jackie Johnson, who was indicted for her handling of this case.
Oh, shit.
Gregory McMichael previously worked in her office, and she allegedly directed police officers not to arrest him and is accused of violating her oath of district attorney by, quote, showing favor and affection to Greg McMichael during the investigation into the shooting death of Ahmaud Arbery. Johnson has
She was caught showing favoritism. I didn't know that. That's crooked as shit.
That playing into this trial.
Well, I imagine that those jurors, and we already know that this is a very small community, 1 in 85 people have gotten a jury summons. So we know that whole community not only knows about death, his murder, but they also know about the indictment of this prosecutor. And for some, that will send a message that this was a case where a crime was committed and the state, the prosecutor, were trying to cover up that crime.
Hey, good morning, everybody.
We don't know, because this is a community also that has had some racial tension. We know one of the motions that has been
Georgia has is what the epitome of racial tension.
Of the defendants, because it has a Confederate flag on it. We are also hearing reports that questions about Black Lives Matter and support or opposition to Black Lives Matter is going to come into the voir dire process. So race is going to be a big issue in this case, Anna. And remember,
well, hell yeah.
there have been federal hate crimes charged against these 3 defendants. So this case has a lot of similarities to Trayvon Martin, what we saw with respect to George Zimmerman, how long it took for George Zimmerman to be charged.
Yeah, they could walk by claiming self-defense 12.
So
It's
we have to look very carefully and see how the whole race issue gets.
now that we've kind of seen this video, let's see if we can't hold on. Because here's the thing, they block this man's path with a goddamn truck. Like, there's a lot of things that I think might work against self-defense, and I think that maybe the media's been a little confused because the way Georgia was handling this shit. It's fucking disgusting. I'm a little fucking upset this morning. You know, they thought that maybe he was robbing. Yeah, I say the same thing, Jameson, that I think that it could, they might not walk. You know, we have this video here where, again, we kind of see them chase this guy down. And even if you think someone was robbing a construction site, you don't fucking chase someone down like this. Again, I have a hard time seeing. What the fuck? No, look, they mobbed up in fucking trucks like they were the fucking 7th Cavalry. Hey, good morning, Lux. We got Lux and Jameson running admins, so mind your P's and Q's, ladies and gentlemen, in the chat. Don't make me take the chat visually down. That's such a disappointing moment. But this, I mean, right here you can see it's 2 dudes in 2 different squads of trucks, and they're loaded up in these trucks, and they just gun this guy down. Like, they absolutely should face some pretty harsh fucking sentencing, in my opinion. Jameson, let me know what you think about, you know, I'm going to be honest, Jameson, I'm not going to defend any of these people. Would you have taken any of these gentlemen? Would you defend any of them as a defense attorney? Jameson says, they boxed him. They brought the gun used to kill Mr. Arbery, and they used racial slurs towards Mr. Arbery after he had been shot several times. Boxed him in. Exactly, Jameson. Exactly. This is closer to a Klan crime. And fucking, I mean, this was beyond premeditated. Hey, they grabbed vehicles, they grabbed, I mean, weapons, they went after it. And it's fucking disgusting.
Jury selection is underway for a very high-profile murder case that was captured on camera and sparked nationwide protests.
We're gonna hop around some of the news coverage of it just so we can all get kind of caught up and catch all the variables ourselves and go ahead and cite our sources right here and now. You know what I mean? Look at these fucking, look at those human fucking potato chips, dudes. Oh my god. Oh my god. They look like some fucking murky water runoff, dude. They look like they got some of that oblongs water. They look like they each are wrestling with an extra chromosome, bro.
For more on the jury selection process, let's bring in ABC.
Yeah. I joke sometimes, but I'd defend anyone. Gotcha, Jameson. Yeah. High profile is high profile, I would imagine, too.
Well, listen, Kara, this is a momentous day for them, and it's just the beginning, and they understand that, but they have been looking forward to this, both Ahmaud's father and mother. Take a listen to what they had to say.
What do we got
here? Is there any
here?
reason for you to doubt that, Ms. Wanda?
No. I think we will get justice for Ahmaud.
Is there something that we have not talked about that you think is so important to bring to light?
I'm just very thankful at this point that we made it to this day. Back in February of 2020, we waited 74 days before we actually got an arrest. And to actually be able to move from that point to today, it's just a blessing from God.
And you said something, and I vividly remember it. You said, I'm not going anywhere. You're going to hear my name, you're going to hear my son's name, and here you are today, more than a year later. What is that feeling like?
I feel like I've done what a mom is supposed to do, because the day that I laid Ahmaud to death, the day I laid him to rest, I saw him for the last time, and I told him these words, that I will find out what happened, and I will bring whoever did this to you to justice. And everything's unfolding, and I'm very, very thankful.
And Kara, I also asked her about what Arbery's best friend said after Arbery's death. He said he wanted to be an electrician, and also said that often Ahmaud would ask him, you know, what is my...
Yeah, so Debbie brings up a good point. It's disgusting behavior, makes the whole force look bad. Police officers really need to be held accountable for their actions. That's the thing, you know, Debbie, police reform. I mean, we need reform top to toe in a lot of counties and a lot of states. Most states and most counties, I would say, probably need some form of police reform. You know, it's no longer protect and serve. They're not hopping in front of a bullet to help save the crowd behind them. And, you know, I've watched in my lifetime systematic ideological shifts within the way we police, particularly metropolitan areas, and it needs fixed. It needs fixed, and I think we can all agree on that there needs to be some pretty serious police reform in a lot of places. Hey, thank you for the subscription, Scott. Hey, welcome. You know, it's not that, you know, I've been very fortunate in my life and in my experience. I've, you know, not had to deal with too much in the way of static with the police. I come from a place where I'm kind of known as the good one. Yeah, because the Ellie is like the mafia. Yeah, it really is. Yeah, law enforcement is a lot like the mafia, the way that they've structured things, particularly in metropolitan areas. We know from things like the story of, what is it, the 75th precinct in New York. We know that from, you know, like them in the 70s, they were straight moving drugs and pimping out women and doing everything the mob would do. And we have... like we were covering when we were covering Brian Laundrie, when we talk about kind of the good old boy conversation he had. Oh, hey, right on, Scott. Hey, well, pleasure to have you, my man. We have a Discord if you ever want to come on the show, by the way, Scott. Welcome to all you subscribers, baby. Look, you know, we saw recently on this show the police from on body cam in Moab infantilizing what turned out to be a victim of a homicide, and did nothing to intervene and kind of gave the white male the pass. We see in this case high up people like the DA resigning and facing lawsuits because of obvious favoritism. They're playing towards somebody who is obviously guilty of fucking murder. These are three dudes that fucking gathered vehicles, guns, and came and fucking shot somebody while shouting racial slurs. And the police, for the most part, in the town, in the moment, didn't do shit. It took 77 days for an arrest, is what Mrs. Arbery just said in that interview. 77 days to see people who live near you get arrested for murdering your child. You know. Yeah, Brooklyn dirty cops. Yeah, but it happened a lot. Yeah. That's no, there's a lot of really bad issues in New York in particular. There were in New York in particular when it comes to policing. And this is reform. This is a reform issue. I think that, you know, an ideological shift could really help. Hey, good morning, Monica. Good morning, guys. Hey, just letting everybody know as you pile in, we're still doing the merch giveaway raffle. If you super chat a minimum of $1, you enter your name for the raffle. Once we hit $50, we draw a name and we figure out what merch you want and we send it your way. So everybody feel free to throw a super chat in there if you might want a hoodie for $1. You know what I'm saying? But the police, it's an ideological shift that needs to be made. I don't know how we're training these police now, but we're doing something wrong, and it seems like they're more members of a violent fraternity than they are actually here to protect and serve us anymore. And, you know, there's no one out there running PR. Flannel Pumpkin says, Murk, have you done a video about your life story? If not, would you be open to making one? I mean, perhaps. Perhaps. I don't like to go too far back. I don't mind leaving a certain amount of my life to mystery, that's for sure. There's some things that are just closed, but I wouldn't mind making a video about my life story at all. I'm not sure how many people would watch it, but you know, for sure. Everyone must be part of the police. I mean, look, there's got to be something we can do about employing people that actually care and finding a way to weed out some of the systemic racism, because racism is obviously a thing. And again, I kind of agree with Jameson with the sentiment that it's a class issue. I've seen the police let poor junkies die. You know, like, that's fucking black and white. I'm sure everybody here has a story about a city's infrastructure letting a poor junkie, you know, just die. It's because they were poor. Has nothing to do with their race, has nothing to do, you know, in this situation, this is a racist fucking homicide. But when it comes to the police, we know, we've seen that shit. We've seen the class issues in our country. Oh shit, Az. You don't have to super chat, lady. I'm about to interview this right. I got the beard oil in right now, by the way, Az. Ooh, it makes my day. It smells really good too. I love it. Let's see. We got Az in the rattle, boy. Let me throw you down. Boom. Got you in, Az. I saw a video of an African-American woman cuffed for stolen car that she tried to show it was hers. 4 children cuffed and made her face down on the ground by gunpoint. Yes, Debbie. In America, that's common. They, you know, it's really sad. I love it, Az. I love it so much. We did an unboxing last night at the end of the night shift, and ooh, I was excited. Ooh. No, you made my day. The pain cream is great too. That really helped my joints this morning, by the way, Az. Thank you so much. I mean, we've been pumped. They're treating people like less than animals. The police have been doing this, and again, like, there's times where I've seen them just treat poor people shitty in general. And it's disgusting. It's fucking disgusting. Like, and this has to be learned behavior. It has to be, right? I mean, there's no way this is just that every one of these cops started that way. This has to be kind of mob mentality, right? Like, they're joining and they're seeing the fraternity act this way, so they start acting like the fraternity, you know? That's why I think ideological shifts, and you should really prioritize, and when I say top to toe police reform, I mean from their high up long-term people all the way down to their new people. It needs fixed. Oh, we love you, Az. The George Floyd thing. You know, that's a situation where obviously racially motivated. If not, it was motivated by a class issue. Sometimes I wonder if George Floyd was in a suit getting into an expensive car, would that have happened? But then I think about people like Miles Davis. And when Miles Davis was driving around his Ferrari, bright yellow, you know, had a white lady next to him, the cops pull him over and beat him up and arrest him. Ask him whose car that is. It was Miles fucking Davis. You know, like these guys probably have danced to his music and listened to his music, probably seen him perform. And the class issue didn't even matter then, so we know race is an issue, and we haven't come very far since Miles Davis was beat up and arrested unlawfully for driving around his own car. Interest convergence theory. Whether it's criminal justice, policy, policing, etc., society only supports equality when it benefits the dominant racial group. That's absolutely true, Jameson. There's something to genetic familiarity in how we organize, particularly in the West, in the Anglosphere. I agree with you, Jameson. I think there will always be a genetically familiar bias, for sure. We have to, as a society, figure out a way around this when it comes to decent policing, knowing that we have what we would classify as minority groups. I live in New York, yeah, here. Half the peeps out here are cops or FD first responders, and almost all are insane Trumpers and right-wingers no matter what, and a lot of racism. Yeah, years ago and now. Yeah, Scott. See, exactly. There's an issue with it's systemic racism. And I bet you there were people that joined the force that held a separate ideology and were, you know, what you probably would observe as programmed into acting and feeling that way. We all know how the Anglosphere acts when there's a crowd around. We're sometimes the first demographic to light our torches and sharpen our pitchforks. It's something that we get swept up in gang mentality, and that goes to every ethno group, I suppose. But when we're talking about the ethnic groups within the Anglosphere and in the West, we are quick fucking to it. Jameson catches me all the time, like hopping right into some, you know. Oh, John says, well, in some cases, I think the cops were bullies in high school, and this is a dream job for them, a power trip. Absolutely, John. And, you know, I bet you that's the type of character that rises to the top in that environment. You know, prisons are segregated, and, you know, sometimes prisons are segregated by the will of the prisoners. They segregate themselves. That's a perfect microcosm to show how genetic familiarity does breed tribalism over time. We can't help that when we put it in a petri dish. Humans do organize that way. Why? I don't know. Is it a bad thing? Probably not the best thing, but I'm sure there's reasons for it, evolutionarily speaking. Let's see. 12 says to Jameson, the man recording versus the man who shot Arbery / son Travis versus father / Gregory, who might have fired. Who and won't be charged with murder, to what degree? Man filming will walk, and father and son. Yeah, Jameson, who do you think the person... I think the person filming should face charges. I mean, he's an accomplice for sure. He's complicit in the death because he didn't fucking do anything to stop it. And he had that camera as an act of premeditation, knowing he was going to film a homicide. Or at least a violent beating, you know. See, Scott says, my neighbor in the 70s, dad was a cop, actually 2 of them. One of them told my mom stories of beating suspects up and all that. Yeah, Scott, exactly. It becomes this fraternity. It becomes this kind of tough thing in a lot of places. I'm talking about metropolitan areas in particular. They can all be charged with felony murder. Exactly, Jameson. That's what I thought. I thought they could all be charged with murder. And they all should be. They're all guilty of murder. They all, you know, again, if you hear 2 members of your peer group say, we're going to go get in some trucks with some guns and go fucking attack someone, and you grab a camera, you might as well have grabbed a gun. I mean, you might as well have grabbed a fucking gun. Like, that's despicable as shit. Trump's trying to block the January 6th documents. It's probably because it proves that he had his most vicious of supporters, who are functionally just like brainwashed red pillers. He had everybody who eats red pills for breakfast arrested on January 6th, basically. Again, I think Trump is a cryptic leftist and was the most damaging thing to the Republican Party that will ever have happened to the Republican Party. Looked up Jodi Arias. Oh boy, she does like that attention. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, Tripper. She sure does. She sure does. Hashtag Jodi Arias' butthole, guys. Hey, good morning, Bri. There's gotta be a solution to our policing issues and our issues with genetic familiarity and our issues with tribalism. Oh, but you actually lived in Brunswick, Georgia, John, and I totally believe this shit went down. Yeah, John. Yeah, John. This is the with the Ahmaud Arbery stuff. There's here, I got the trial pulled up here.
Anything having to do with jury selection?
This is just the jury selection. Not only an accomplice, but he was responsible for not allowing him to escape. He's as guilty as the other two, says Jay Fleming. Exactly. Exactly. Like, if you grab a fucking camera and you're the vehicle that blocks a guy in, too. Yeah. Oh, he found justice. Just us. Good old boys. Exactly 12. He did. He found just about, yeah, unfortunately, the police attract that kind of type. You know, there's not a place in law enforcement for necessarily people like me, I would imagine. I know that my health disqualifies me from any kind of service of that degree, but, you know, it just, I think frequently about my friends that have joined forces. And again, I want to remind everybody, or if you're new hopping in here, you hear me talking about police reform. I couldn't acknowledge enough the amount of privilege and entitlement I was raised with when it comes to the policing in my area. My family were known criminals, and I was known as the good one. If I just explained myself, the cops would let me go. I drove without a license. I did all kinds of things that you can't get away with in a bigger town, or in a town that doesn't know you or your family. So again, like, I understand and recognize and acknowledge verbally the privilege I was raised under. Like, I had no issues with the police where I'm from. I've always been able to speak with them and talk to them, and I've never witnessed too much in the way of racism. I've witnessed classist bullshit from the police in my town, where they're obviously picking on the poorer part of town, but that is where the crime's coming from for them. So it's one of those, you know, I do want to acknowledge, like, I'm not necessarily, I understand too that there are plenty of people and plenty of instances where maybe your county's fine. Maybe your county's okay. I'm not talking about every county. I'm talking about most counties, though. Particularly in the South. Everybody knows the South needs police reform like a motherfucker. It does, who was it? Scott. Trump is like an atomic clock, predictable as hell. Exactly, Scott. Trump is very predictable, in the way that he's, again, I hold firm that he's a cryptic leftist. I just don't believe that was a true Republican president. I think he was there to damage that party as a whole, culturally and irreparably. And he, as far as I'm concerned, did it. You know. Here's the thing. You have, 1, use of a vehicle to cause bodily harm. Yes, the dude with the can. Yes, absolutely. 2, the attempt to falsely imprison the victim. If they prove either of those elements, it's felony murder. Word, Jameson. I'd have to agree with that too. I mean, I think they'll be able to prove that, because in that video, that's exactly how it looks. Like, that's exactly how it looks. Let's see here. Because again, you can see in this video. And again, this is a Klan. Look at this. There's a guy standing in the back of the bed of a truck that's fucking frightening as shit. If I see a cracker parade running that deep, I'm fucking booking it down an alley. I'm fucking getting out of there, man. As quick as I fucking can. I couldn't imagine being chased by them. You know, and having no means of escape. Again, they block your means of escape. This is fucking wildly despicable. And again, like, from a different time. Like, that's not... I thought for sure we had maybe moved past that as a people. But You know, that was young, naive me 10, 12 years ago. We thought, well, maybe we're moving past this as a people. We go right back to the fucking 40s and 50s. I believe firmly that Trump is a sleeper agent or some sort, no matter what. Yeah, Scott, no, that's kind of what I'm getting at. I mean, that was the most damaging Republican president. As somebody who occasionally, you know, look, there's nothing wrong with either party if they're performing according to their ideals properly. I mean, they're both, you know, I have no issues with conservatives or liberals. I have an issue with a fake conservative who's actually a liberal destroying the conservatives party. That's a level of cheating and game theory that I just don't think our democracy has fucking room for. Like, fucking Trump's dad was jailed as a leader of KKK and his grandfather was a neo-Nazi. Yes, Debbie Moore. Yes. Actually, he's not the first sitting president to have parental ties to institutionalized racism. So you have Prescott Walker, who was the #1 financial backer of the Nazi Party of America, and that's George Bush Sr.'s father, George Bush Jr.'s grandfather. Now, also keep in mind, man had interest in financial and business interests in Argentina. And where did a bunch of Nazis end up after World War II? Argentina. So yeah, we have an issue with it in the United States with this with clan mentality, tribalism to the most extreme of degrees. He was sued also as a racist. Yes, Debbie, he sure was. There's been multiple breaches of contract that family has faced when it comes to their use of wordage to even their employees. And keep in mind, this is a dude who, while he was running for president, was like eating a Tex-Mex taco bowl, talking about building a wall between us and Mexico. Like, this dude was weird. Dude had some weird, you know. Everybody is tainted, says Gardy. I believe both parties are crap, says Sean Best. Still Trump is scum. Yeah, no, absolutely scum. I mean, when we're talking about I haven't seen anybody decent to vote for brought up in a long time. Again, as you guys know, I vote for typically a new war criminal instead of voting in an old war criminal. But I kind of like to be on the edge of my seat. I like to see what that new war criminal is going to do. Because that's what you're doing when you're voting for a president. You're making a new war criminal at this point. I grew up in a medium-sized Midwest town. A few friends became law enforcement in smaller towns. They were shocked at the abundance of poverty, crime, neglect, and each said they couldn't believe what they saw each day. Yeah. Yeah. And I would imagine that's interesting that you bring that up, 12. I understand that our police too are dealing with they're desensitized to a certain amount of struggle. They're desensitized to seeing impoverished people. They're desensitized to potentially seeing conflict of all type. You know, seeing the results of conflict of all type. So cadavers, things like that. You know, there's police out there who are just desensitized. And I wonder, I don't know if we have as a nation taken into account their feelings when we're talking about people just joining the force. Is it a situation where you're just kind of kicked out of the plane and you just got to keep going until you get to a position that maybe doesn't put you in front of fucking danger? I don't know much about that system. So if anybody has any information on what it's like to maybe go through that, let me know. Like, I would imagine it's fairly desensitizing. Scott Briggs says, my beef so far with Biden is, as is often the case, the Dem pres appears weak or won't push back against the crimes of past 4 years, etc. Yeah, no, you very rarely see corrective actions made by the Democrat president, who basically ran on a platform of we've got to make these big corrections. And as we know now, in a post-Trump era, when we have a big cryptically left president working for the right, moving in, making big sweeping executive orders, you can't actually make change happen pretty quick. They're just choosing not to. He's old, he's sleepy. I think everybody kind of has that general consensus. I think he got in on the it's not him platform. Yeah, I do too. Yeah, I got a feeling they're going to. Well, which group isn't trying to be supreme or thinking they are the best? Well, yeah. So who did you vote for this last election? Asked Jesse Lovato. I didn't have any candidates I liked. And as a radio host, I normally don't go there with my vote. I like to leave that fairly open-ended, but I will say I do my best to vote for a new war criminal. Not an old one. But again, not a fan of Trump, not a fan of Biden. Didn't care for either of them. I normally try to vote independent, libertarian, something like that. If both mainstream parties give me nothing, I'll go any other route I can. Really just so that there's an opposition vote out there, and that statistic is seen in there. Does it matter in the overall? Probably not. Am I throwing a vote away? Yeah, probably. As a gambling man, I realize that because I'm voting for somebody who I know is not going to get it. He's not one of the main two parties. It was the last time we had an independent or libertarian president. So, you know. What is a new war criminal? Somebody who hasn't been president or vice president or secretary of state before. I would rather have voted for Cthulhu. Yeah, I'd rather vote for Cthulhu than Biden or Trump. I was a big fan of Tulsi Gabbard. I was a big fan of Kamala Harris, but then again, I watched Tulsi Gabbard take her head off in a debate, so I was a fan of Gabbard. I like fairy tales, so I liked Yang because fiction is fun. But that's fiction. Like, Yang was never going to get it. But Yang was interesting. The concept of a UBI. But I'm also not a socialist. So again, like, fairy tales are cool, but he wasn't going to get it. Jay Fleming says, that's a military move they did. One herds a target. Travis with shotgun is first shooter. Dad in the back of truck. Turret position. Has handgun able to take down target if they run. Just a thought. You're right, Jay Fleming. This is a hit. This is the murder of Ahmaud Arbery was set up like a fucking straight up like military style hit. Like, this is a militaristic hit. And they should all face fucking charges. Hey, they should all catch a murder charge for that shit. For sure, dude. For sure. Tulsi Gabbard is still active. Yeah, I know Tulsi Gabbard's still active. I hope she is able to run for president. I'd vote for her. I like Tulsi Gabbard. But I don't know if you guys have noticed the theme on the show. I like strong women. And she seems tough. Good morning, Garrett. But yeah, Tulsi Gabbard's one of those that just... I loved to watch her work. I liked watching Kamala Harris work too. I did. I forgot about her past with the weed convictions. And that right there stripped the vote. I'm not gonna, hey, no problem. Do you know if they gave these guys a plea deal or they're going to trial, or like what the whole situation is? Sorry, I missed out almost the case, but they just did a jury selection, so it's going to trial. I don't believe they're offering a plea deal because the DA who was involved has been she resigned and stuff, and it was because of this case. Like, she was showing favoritism to one of these people during the investigation, and they fucking found that out. And so I don't think there's going to be I think it's going to go to fucking trial hardcore. Yeah. Hey, you take it easy, Scott. Sean Best. Hey, yeah. Talking about Tulsi Gabbard. Love that lady. Yeah, I love that lady. I thought she was a badass. I like her little gray streak too. Again, Hello, everyone. Hope you are having a fantastic Tuesday. Welcome, Vicky. We sure are. We sure are having a fantastic Tuesday. We're kind of getting into Ahmaud Arbery. I've got the video pulled up here.
This video is so disturbing.
It is. But again, it's I'm glad something like this does exist for this situation, so that when people pop in trying to say, well, it could be this or that, it's like, well, look.
Right.
No,
right.
no, it's not. You know, like, it's, you don't back up 2 trucks and, you know.
A racist fucking... I mean... Is this in Alabama? No, this is in Georgia, right?
Yeah, this is Georgia.
Racist fucks.
Yeah. Georgia, I mean, the South. The South has hella problems. Hella problems.
I mean, they were stalking this guy. They're following him with 2 trucks.
And again, I don't care what they think it is, you know. Oh, 'tis I, Brindos. How is everyone? Oh, Brinrar. I get it now. Oh goodness. Hello, Brindos. Oh, I'm sorry, not doing good. Not interested. But we're having a good day. We're hoping some fucking justice goes down. We're putting our energies toward hopefully a jury full on convicting these fools. Jameson, do you mind spitting that factoid for me? Who was it? Was it 1 in 85 people in this county were called for fucking jury duty on this case? Like, what did they say was the reason why they really shot this guy? Do you know? I do know, Jesse. They said that they have film of him walking into a construction site, and they thought he was trying to rob the construction site. And I guess for them that was justification enough to just fucking murder somebody and not call the police. Not everyone in the South is racist. Very true. I was raised in the South. I'm not racist. Lux was raised in the South. She's not racist. Plenty of not racist people in the South. But it is a problem, particularly in the South.
I think there's more, at least, I think we live in an age now where there's actually less racist people in the South, especially in Texas, where you have all these people coming from California and New York. I really don't think that the South is as racist as we would like to be.
You got to keep in mind a lot of the people who are transplanting to the South, even right at the beginning of COVID, were right-wingers. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they were separating themselves from the coastal regions. That's been happening for the last 10, 12 years, is, you know...
Right.
I know that I saw the Federalist Freemasons, I know, what I would call Federalist Freemasons, move to Texas. You know, a state where it's illegal to actually own anything that's any Freemason iconography and not be one. Which is interesting. So, I mean, I don't know. No, there's like systemic. I mean, I don't know. Again, but I was raised in Arkansas, and so I've just there's an amount of it that's there and not other places. So, like, the further west you go in the South, yes, but that, you know, where are we hearing about the majority of these crimes? It seems to always be the SEC region. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's some fucking swamp ball players every time.
All right.
Or a metropolitan area, you know. Oh, for sure. Well, and I think this is an ideological thing. If we can just keep raising our children with love and in nice environments, it won't be a problem. My son spent the first 4 years of his life in a predominantly Indian community, from India. You know, he's around kids that spoke Tamil and Hindi, and I wouldn't change it for the fucking world. And I know for a fact my son will not really have that weird genetic familiarity bias thing that some of us have. You know?
That's good. Yeah,
I've seen him not be that way. You know what I mean? So I know it's definitely partially learned behavior, and I know that you know. Hillbilly chick started working for some people from New York. Yeah, exactly. Education's a big one. public education, having public schools where your community can actually interact is something that I feel like is important. Engaging in your community is another thing that I think is important. You know, I think when we think racist now, right, we think backwoods shut-ins, right? Like they ain't talking to nobody.
Right.
And I think the best way to combat that is, engage in your community, talk to people, meet new people, you know, keep an open mind. It's definitely something I think we can defeat. I definitely think it's maybe gotten better, but it's bad still. And to act like it's not bad, I mean, I could throw numbers. You know what I mean? Like there's statistics proving it's still bad, particularly in the South. But I don't think necessarily sensitivity training is going to work on cops.
No, I think we're way past that.
Yeah, I don't know what you do.
No.
I mean, other than gut the system and, you know, Unicorn, my adopted family was racist. I told them they were wrong. I raised my sons to not see race. Exactly, Unicorn. See, exactly. You have to learn. And that's the only way to win that battle, is to teach the next generation to not be that way. Best that you can. Impart on them the knowledge. Be the best you can to be an aggregate of the good things that you've learned from the universe, and pass that on. You know, at the end of the day, that's all we are, is what we've passed on. And yeah, I know I do my best to make sure that that's not a footprint that's left behind, because there's definitely been members of my family who are, you know, Merc today is Bruce Banner. Am I Bruce Banner today? Am I secretly the Hulk deep down? Do I look like Ruffalo today? But there's so much, I don't know, we could try to do to fucking change it. To change some of the issues we have, but fuck, where do you even start with police reform at this point? Like you said, Garrett, like it's too far. Hella too far gone. I hope Arianthe pops in soon. Jesse Lovato asked, if you don't mind me asking, was your ex-wife Indian? No, she was not. No, she was not. She's a Gentile. Shiksa. She was a white lady. Bruce Banner, the strain, lol. Oh. Yeah, I think I'm still on modified grapes today, is the strain of the day. Your screen is making your face look green. Hulk smash. Damn straight. I got this color changing light now, and I like how it kind of, you know, throws a mood sometimes. I like it for the late night streams, but I love it. Sorry about the yawn into Mike, gang. Really feeling this Tuesday, but fucking A. Energized today, gang. Got the first package sent to the P.O. box from Az, and that's fucking sweet. Again, anybody out there who maybe makes something or would, you know, thinks they have something I'd like, I'll shoot you my P.O. box number. I'll put it on the show. You got something you think would look good on the desk, I'll put it on the desk, baby. I can see you know it wasn't working earlier. Don't worry. It was on my end, buddy.
I sent you like a sculpture of my cat. Would you put it in the background?
Oh, word. I have no clue what you're talking about, Curly. You can't grab someone else's gun and expect to walk away. Oh yeah, super special unbox. That was cool as shit. Wake that ass up, says Jesse. I really do need to get going. I need to get energized today. The caffeine's hitting slow. But, you know, I'm going to try to take you know, we've moved to like one daytime, one nighttime cast. That swing shift I got to use for back end now, but like, or for filming other shows. But I'm hella excited to maybe start taking this one even longer than 4 hours if we have to. If it's that juicy. Got topics for each day of the week, baby. Guess it was okay for them to entertain for the evening, but can't lay your head down for the night. What are we talking about, Vicky? My southern grandpa fought the town officials so the Harlem Globetrotters could sleep in a hotel when they had a show in the late 50s. Goddamn right, Vicky. That's fucking cool. You know? Oh, I'm not pinning racism on the South at all, Southern Belle. But it is statistically where it's the worst. I can't help that. Pinning it on the South? No. Plenty of Southern traditions I keep alive in my family that are, you know, I'm from a sub-Appalachian region. So we have certain Appalachian things that are, will always be a part of my life. Down to the way I make certain food, you know. Oh, exactly, Lux. It wouldn't be possible without this amazing community. And again, any show ideas you guys have, shoot them my way. Community driven. So let's see. Jesse says, I think your subscriptions would go up if you like had some kind of filming her, some kind of personal videos you post, or have somebody film and send it to you of what we talk about. Oh, got you, Jesse. Yeah. Well, I used to do some very personalized content, but again, this is what took off. These kind of long form live conversations. I did a bunch of different things. Rusty, you want to know what happened? 3 men killed an unarmed man who was out jogging for racist reasons. Rusty. It's a shame. And we're kind of just talking police reform, combating some of the people who think I'm blaming racism on the South. And yes, Rusty, in the United States. Yeah, I take topic suggestions from the Discord. So if you guys need to get a hold of me, you can get a hold of me through the Discord, link in description. It's open invite. Oh yeah. Well, Curly, there's some things that, like, types of content that I know probably won't float because I've already tried it on the channel, and deleted it because it got 20-30 views, you know, well after I had 1,200 people subscribing. So like I just follow the numbers. What you guys watch is what I like to keep doing. So that's another good way to let me know is as we experiment with new content, watch it. If you think it's an interesting idea, give her a watch, give her a thumbs up, and let me know in the Discord you liked it. And yeah. But I used to do very intimate, by myself, edited content, you know, where I edit things more like Shane Dawson or Jenna Marbles, but it just didn't quite, you know, it didn't quite stick. This seems to be what everyone prefers, for the most part. But I'm going to go back to using that, oh, thank you, Rusty. I'm going to go back to using the, that swing shift time to start making more edited content and throwing more things at the wall, you know, more pasta, see what sticks, baby. Oh man, Rusty, your mic is good. Well, thank you so much. This is actually from Special Guests. When Special Guest and Angel first moved into town, they went out and got this mic so we could better do a show we used to do on this channel called Echo Chamber. This channel started off, I used to just do edited music reviews. I would do user-submitted, viewer-submitted music reviews. People send in their music, we would talk about it. And we would do like...
do food reviews.
I don't eat that much. I only eat really one meal a
Oh.
day. Yeah. Yeah, I'm too ill to do that. But and I have too many weird allergies. I wouldn't be able to keep up with what people suggest.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah. That's that's hilarious, Southern Belle. Let's see how far that opinion goes. Let's see if an admin boots her. see if a mod hits that chat. That's fucking a pretty hilarious sentiment.
I don't know.
But
I mean, I'm racist against other white people, I think.
yeah. Well, look, special guest has a community. He's from a place in Mississippi that's segregated, not on behalf of the white people, but on behalf of the black people who are in the city's governance. So, you know. Oh, it probably already got snipped. Then Lux is probably what happened. Bet you Jameson got him then. Anyone can be a racist. Don't believe that.
Well, I think
stereotype.
I mean, the subject we're talking about is going to attract racy people in the chat, probably.
Oh yeah. But
this is a real southern racist situation.
It is.
Like, these guys were clearly fucking targeting somebody of another ethnicity. You know, it was so stupid. They said, well, he was suspiciously running through the neighborhood, so we thought maybe he was trying to rob a house, so we were going to follow him and make sure he was... They were not. They were stalking him, riding up on him. They had guns in their hand. What the fuck would you do if you were in this situation?
Oh, snap.
It's so sad, man.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
How back in the day black people were slaves and all of a sudden they're like the richest people in America. Weird. Oh, from what Southern Belle said. What, Jesse? No. I mean, they're not the richest people in America, though. Yeah, love is the key. I mean, that's absolutely the only way to do it. Yeah, no, exactly, Rusty. I don't know why anyone would think that. I mean, I've read Forbes. It's stupid as shit. But no, I mean, again, not falling under any messages. I'm going off of my personal world experience, having been raised in the middle of nowhere, Arkansas. You know, and yes, Jamie, they hunted this guy like game. Yeah. I got a question for you. If you were to get Jody on the show, would the powers that be try to cancel you? No. Not if I do it the way I'm going to do it. But it's because I read TOS and I act like I've fucking been somewhere. Even if my candor does slip a little loose, I don't say anything that would get me kicked off the platform. Because again, I can fucking read English and apply that shit. There's some people come on the show can't act like they've fucking been somewhere. But yeah, love is definitely the answer. But no, I don't think they would cancel me for Jody. Not the way I would talk to her either. Like, if we were to have Jody on the show. Again, like I had Molly on the show. Like,
hopefully very soon.
Yeah, that stuff I have a way I handle stuff like that. It never slips too far over the edge. And if there's ever anything I'm filming that's a little particularly sketchy, you know. Oh, what do they call it? Demonetized? No. I can't be demonetized for that either. That's just that's just interview content. Again, I could be demonetized if she said crazy shit and I didn't edit it out, or if the chat goes crazy and I don't act like I have it under control.
She's not the type to say some crazy ass shit. She's way different. No, she didn't even see crazy stuff really back then.
No, she always seemed like a sweetheart. I mean, honestly, she came off too sweet. So I got a feeling it'll be.
Here's the thing, you know, people don't realize is that Travis wasn't a saint. Like, the media tried to paint him to be a saint, but he was really mentally abusive to her. He said a lot of horrible called her a three-hole wonder, like all these like hoe, that he's her hoe, and all this really degrading stuff when they would get in fights.
Yeah.
Really degrading. You know, mental abuse is just as powerful as physical.
Yeah. Well, and I would never, I'm not even going to go there with her. We're gonna talk about her. We're gonna talk about her current life. So again, like, there's nothing violating TOS talking to somebody about their current life, especially when I'm not dipping into anything.
Right.
You know what I mean?
She'll probably be excited to promote her art. She really likes that stuff, man.
Yeah.
That's what she's doing. She wants to write a book, but she wants to write it under a pseudonym. She doesn't want to attach her actual name as an author, which I found was very interesting. Because I would think it would get more attention if she did put her name.
Yeah.
She wants to write an entire trilogy and use a fake name.
Huh. I'd like that.
That'd be something interesting to ask.
I'd like that. I'd fucking dig that if she wrote a bunch of books but didn't, you know.
Right.
There we go. Got him. Sorry. Is it true your numbers can be affected and YouTube can penalize you for cussing on your YouTube channel? Because if that's the case, when I start going live, I don't want to cuss if it's going to affect my numbers. No, Curly, it doesn't. Cursing is not an issue if you mark everything as not for children. You know, this is an age-restricted show. So, I mean, you'll get more people if you're making, you know... You'll get more people if you, you know... do it the way, like, Good Mythical Morning does it, right? Where it's, like, no cursing. If you do curse, it's, like, the occasional, like... slip of the tongue. Like, you can keep things pretty PG and you'll probably reach a broader audience. But man, that's just true in all things. That's not just YouTube, that's everything. Like, you know, your family friendly content's going to reach more eyes than your adult content. Your adult content's only going to reach adults and the occasional troublesome 13-year-old who pops in like, I'm 13 and I love you guys. It's like, get out of here.
Exactly.
Get the fuck out of here. Where did you come from? You know? But it's you know, you have to stay on top of it. If you're trying to stream on YouTube, you got to kind of ride those trends and you got to ride the trending titles. You got to stay on topic and you got to find those topics that are going to make those hashtags. Oh, yeah, you have a good one, Sparks. It's a pleasure as always. That, fly with me to talk about my peepers. People said Southern Belle. I think Southern Belle's, out of here, 12. Because, again, not even listening to the host saying, I'm Southern. I was raised in Arkansas. I'm from the South. You ignorant ass Southern Belle. Oh, man. Anyway.
What's up, John?
What's up, John? What in the hookworm is going on in that chat? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, man, I didn't want you to think I was being an asshole. I just was curious about how that works out if, you know, if the platform, because I watch a guy called Cinema Excrement. And he recently, you know, he was talking about, he said, here I am getting told about how I can use language and everything. And my first review since getting these new rules is going to be doing Showgirls.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
You know, but so I just wondered, you know, and he's hilarious, but he reviews movies that won the Razzies since they started. And every show he does is about a terrible movie like Catwoman with... what's her name? But just wanted to show you real quick. I actually finished Frankenstein last night. Put the light on here. Check this guy out.
Ooh, gang. Let's check out this Karloff.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, that's so cool.
In time for Halloween, baby. Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
Gotta add a little more schmutzes to the boots, you know, like he's been walking through the mud. But otherwise, I'd call this one a finished one, you know. So anyway, he worked out.
So cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna start the Creature of the Black Lagoon next week. So anyway, and then I'm gonna get on that Frank Frazetta. But yeah, carry on, guys. And yeah, I did live in Brunswick, Georgia, and I can completely believe anything that they say about Brunswick, Georgia. First of all, their big trade there is paper pulp. So they make a lot of paper there, you know, like typing paper and shit. The whole city, it's not a big city. The whole city smells like rotted paper erotic.
Oh, really? Whoa.
Yeah, and
Typical paper
you
mill.
get used to it. You get used to it after, maybe a couple months. But the other thing is, every source of water there is well water, and it's got a lot of sulfur in it.
Oh.
And, I mean, you go to take a shower and you smell like a pack of matches.
Holy shit! Like well water, like shitty well water.
Yeah, and the water tastes like shit.
Oh.
Okay? I mean, you can't die from it, but you don't want to drink it. Most people boil it all. But yeah, you can't take a shower without it smelling like shit. But yeah, so that's all. But so I can believe anything that they're saying about Brunswick.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, but no, I didn't think you were an asshole, by the way, for that question, John. It's been a weird one, like with the with YouTube in particular, because it's the most limiting of platforms out of all the ones I stream to, other than Facebook. Facebook hates this show. So like the cussing and the even playing my own music, that's why I don't even really play my own music all that often anymore, is Facebook fucking hates it. Wow. They're weird. So the rules can be weird.
I just wondered how the logistics would work out. I mean,
Yeah.
If you could somehow talk to Charles Manson, I'm sure there's people who would go, "What the fuck?"
Yeah.
We're not going to support that.
Yeah, I sacrifice a certain amount of views, though. I really do, in the sake of just being able to smoke and curse. Just because it's like I don't think I could do it for more than an hour without being able to smoke or curse. That's just how I am. You know what I mean? And that's that's yeah. So I kind of keep things limited, like the Howard Stern show would be or something. You know what I mean? Where it's like I label things like age restricted, adult content. Like you gotta.
That was the thing. The thing about Stern, I liked when he was on regular radio.
Yeah.
And, he had to work around the rules and things, and it was always fun to see how he was going to do it. Then he went over to the satellite.
Yeah. That's something I haven't checked out much of his. I think we lost. Your connection dropped out for a second. I haven't watched much of his satellite shows. I watched like the musical stuff that he posts on YouTube, like his musical guests.
Mm-hmm.
But there's
once he was able to do anything he wants, it just seems like it wasn't as fun anymore.
Yeah, it almost got lazy. Like I enjoyed him having to kind of dance around TOS too. I'm starting to really get the hang of it now here, like when I have to pull and when I have to do certain things,
Mm-hmm.
I thought for a minute I was going to be owned by BARKBOX and Atlas VPN, but it's not that way at all. I don't even have to plug the way I used to plug when I first got the sponsorships and stuff. Like it's a little bit different. There's certain things I have to do to please the advertisers, but it's really just having to show that we're a community that has a fucking governance. You know what I mean? Like I just have to show that I do have admins and mods, and people can't just come in and say fart dick 8 times over and over, and that I do have the means to take that off of the platform, and that I am kind of because here's the lamest part about YouTube: they make the content creator responsible for what's in the fucking contents.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, well listen, I gotta run. I will be back later this afternoon. You guys take it easy, and I'll see if I have something else interesting to show you guys.
Oh,
Ciao.
heck yeah. Hey, talk to you later. Vicky, Virginia. Is free speech a thing? It's one of those literary illusions, kind of like the word freedom. What is it? Might be an unquantifiable abstract. That's I hold that we have free speech in this country, and we also have another cool thing about free speech, and that's the ability to combat someone's rhetoric with your own. Coolest thing about free speech to me, it doesn't just give someone potentially a sword to say harmful things, it gives you a sword to defend yourself. It gives you a shield, baby. Hey, yeah, thank you, John. Pleasure as always, man. Man, we got that Karloff finished. Boy, he got that thing done right in time for Halloween, too. That thing looks fucking sick. The details under the eyes look fucking great. But is there such a thing as free speech on Facebook? No. Facebook is pretty much over free speech. I think Facebook is done with it. It's one of those situations too where it's like, I think Facebook is done with it because it's like it's one of those "this is why we can't have nice things" situations. You know, that's just from somebody who has experience opening up a forum and having to police it out of necessity, just to keep it fucking on. Like, just to keep the lights on, you know. Oh, in FB land? Oh, in Facebook land. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, again, Facebook is, yeah. Oh, you can't just violate an NDA. No, you can't. Cameras are the people's protection. Oh, Twitter too? Yeah. That's, yeah, I love audits on cops. That's one thing I love about Fed Smoker Boy. While he didn't actually bust too many feds, Twitter, I think, is pretty free, Sparks. I mean, you have people controlling their own chats, but... Oh, yeah, you don't have to... Yeah, they don't have to let you talk about whatever you want to on Facebook. It is a private entity, Facebook. Facebook is tough. If you don't agree with what the listener... Yeah, if the listener doesn't agree to what, like, the fucking main cat's fucking saying, they'll boot you off of that thing. If you don't agree with Mark Zuckerberg's moral ideology, like, I made a joke one time about an Italian friend of mine. Garrett, you'll think this is funny. And I unintentionally on Facebook called an entire nationality bastards in the context of a joke. Right? Was it a funny joke? No. But did my Italian friend think it was funny? Yeah. So, again, should we have done that kind of correspondence in a direct message? Probably. But I don't think I deserved a 30-day fucking ban on Facebook over it.
Dude, Facebook has gotten bad about banning like everyday people for like nothing.
Special Guest has caught month after month ban. Special Guest has had maybe 2 weeks of fucking Facebook time.
It's getting ridiculous, dude. Yeah. Like I posted a video I downloaded off of YouTube on my Facebook wall, and I wasn't taking credit for it or anything. I was just posting it to show people. It was over the Apollo program, and there was a copyright claim, and I got banned for an entire week.
Yeah.
Entire week.
Yeah. Unicorn, real quick, says that she got a report. She got reported for misleading information, and her title said tarot card reading, but she appealed it, and the next issue's back up and running. Was that Unicorn? Was that on Facebook? Because Facebook did this shit to fucking Special Guest, where he shared an actual... It was from the New York Times. Like, he shared a New York Times article from like 15 years ago, and they fucking tried to peg him for fucking... They banned him for 30 days. Like, dude just cannot... He just catches constant 30 day bans, and when he gets back, they find an old post of his and ban him for that. Like, they're banning people for old posts now.
Facebook is like, this is... I mean, think about Facebook a decade ago. Like, you could say anything, and people, you could speak your mind, just like YouTube.
Yeah.
YouTube is like censoring the shit out of people too.
Yeah, I mean, censoring the piss out of people.
Yeah, so Joe Rogan going to Spotify.
Yeah.
Wonder if I don't know. I think he lost a lot of viewers. Like,
He did.
I don't watch him on Spotify.
No, I don't either. I didn't care for the new set. I kind of miss. It definitely feels like the end of an era when he moved there. Like, we don't have that tight, what I call the comedy store scene anymore.
All the comedians.
Yeah, they all would play the comedy store together, and then they would all do podcasts together. And I lived for it. I loved that shit. That was some of my favorite. That was my favorite era of the Joe Rogan Experience. I've been watching that cat since he was on Justin.tv. This is before he was smoking
that's
weed.
So crazy.
Yeah. I was there backstage at the
Damn,
Comedy
dude.
Store with that fucker on Justin.tv, dude. Like, that's one of those that hits, you know. Yeah, they've done full censorship on Facebook.
Yeah, what Lux said, yeah, absolutely. I think Facebook started overcorrecting because of cancel culture. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And the sad thing is they think they're doing the right thing.
Yeah, they do.
You know, and so they're not going to stop.
Yeah, and you know,
Same thing with YouTube.
all of us ride or dies that are here right now know special guest and know the type of candor that he has, and I promise you maintains that same kind of candor on that platform. Sometimes he
Very
wakes up, yeah, and sometimes he might wake up in a bad mood or play devil's advocate or speak just from the contrarian standpoint. But are we not entitled to be duplicitous anymore as humans? Last time I checked, every human is fucking duplicitous. And since when is that not accounted for? Like,
we're living in a world now where if you try to speak your own mind and you're going against what everybody else is believing, you're immediately a target.
yeah. And you know, there's some people who I choose to not have in my parlor, who are just repetitive fountains of not listening and prove really quick that they're not, you know, they're not gonna learn. You know what I mean? Like, they're not here for that. They're here to say they don't give a fuck about life and they don't give a fuck about the vaccine or this or that, or they're hella red pilled and, you know, again, don't care about human life. And that's where I normally draw the line, is when it comes into the when I can predict what you're gonna repetitively say in discourse, I just boot you from my channel. It's just like, where it's just like the same, like the anti-vax cat, like the first person I think I ever had to kick off the chat, where it was just like, he, you know, made it really clear I could give a fuck less about you, I could give a fuck less about everyone in the chat and everyone around me and my own life, and I'm my own doctor. And it's like, dude, we've heard that for days now. Homeboy came at it with like 3 days of that shit. I'm like, all right, I'm bouncing. So like, I know on my forums, there's like, absolutely discourse, but have some substance. Use your mind. Be open to learn too, and prove that you're that type of person, or fucking I don't fuck with you. Like, or I don't fucks with you.
We're in a world now where, and like, people used to be able to have debates.
Yeah.
People used to be able to have differences in opinion and talk about it, but we live in a world now where if you have a difference in opinion, you're kicked the fuck out.
Yeah.
That's scary. That's a precedent, man, that to be shut down before it gets out of hand, to where our freedom of speech is extremely compromised.
Yeah. Hey, Sparks. Hey, straight up though, and they did. Trump caused too much shit. Trump almost had Jack Dorsey's fucking platform regulated by the U.S. government as a as a commodity, because that's how the president chose to communicate with the public. Which is a weird leftist move if you think about it. What is the party that's always pushing for fucking censorship and control? It's the left. Every time. The PMRC, it was the left. Who are the main people grilling fucking people like Zuckerberg? It's the fucking left. Like, Trump was obviously cryptically left, in my opinion, and even with the way he was like constantly using Twitter.
True.
He was trying to get that fucking platform regulated. Like, that's what he was obviously doing. He was fucking with them. He's like, nah, we'll see how far this goes. Like,
Tweeted
you know.
so much.
Yeah. I was absolutely sure I was right about law. Yeah, live, listen, and learn. Absolutely, Vicky. You guys have heard me say several times that I used to be a certain way, and now I've changed my position. And I'll probably change my position on a whole bunch of other stuff again. I hold firm that every human has the right to be duplicitous. We cannot help it. We have two fucking sides to our brain, and they both do dramatically different things and make us process information in dramatically different ways. So again, every time, you guys have seen me be an artsy, goofy fart, and you guys have seen me be an over-analytical asshole. I hold firm that people have the right to be fucking both. I can't help that I'm both. You know, most people can't. I feel like, too, you're doing yourself an incredible disservice not exploring both sides of that fucking brain, baby. Do some math. Write some music. Paint a painting. You know? Build a pyramid out of Play-Doh, bitch. I don't know. Whatever stimulates that shit. It's whatever gets that shit rolling. Don't eat the Play-Doh.
I'm just curious, do you think that like everything that's happening in the US, like with Facebook and YouTube, do you think that that's applying nationally everywhere, or do you think that it's just a serious problem in the United States?
I think because we have a democratic system, we have outside forces trying to manipulate it all the time.
That's yes, absolutely.
And I think that's what causes a lot of these tensions. As we know from the, I saw so many fake Russian Twitter accounts. Like we have a issue with people coming in as copycats in this country and stirring up fucking issues in the country. And these motherfuckers don't even live here. They're not citizens. They're fucking paid by the government by their government to do that to us. We know that now. We found that out. Like, that's not even a secret. We know that the Russian bot bullshit is a problem. We know the Chinese bot bullshit is a problem. India does it to us endlessly. And that's interfering with the way we conduct our fucking governance. That's interfering with the way we conduct social discourse. That's interfering with how we regulate these online commodities, these social media platforms, which again shouldn't be regulated, in my opinion. I hold firm information should be fucking free. We live in a period of time where, most people are in debt because they paid for an institution built in the 1700s for the 1800s, left with a degree they don't use, and have every bit of information that they paid to get in their fucking pocket. In a box they could literally ask any question to and it'll give them the answer immediately. So there's a bunch of issues, and there's once you pop the cork on certain things, we've also talked about that with my anti-prohibitionist kind of mentality. You start entering this weird kind of sci-fi world of disinformation and intrigue, but with a level of anonymity that authors used to not even be able to conceptualize. Does that make sense?
Jesus.
We're at this point where, kind of a Hail Mary moment, I think, for our society and our digital footprint. Does that make sense?
Speaking of society, gas prices just went in San Diego right now to $4.40 for unleaded.
Whoa, dude, this shit dropped to $1.16 a president ago.
They're the highest they have been since 2012.
God damn.
Right now, Dallas, where I'm at, we're looking at probably about $3 a gallon today. That is so. What the fuck, dude?
Yeah.
Hey, do you guys have a horse and a carriage? I mean, you might want to get one soon. That's.
Fun fact about my great grandfather. I had a great grandfather. His name was Alvis. Alvis. Again, I'm hella Southern. Alvis had one automobile. It was a Ford truck he bought. It caught fire. The fire department came to put it out, and he was sitting on the curb watching it burn, and he stopped them and said, "No, let it burn." Went back to riding horses everywhere. Rode horses till he died in the 70s.
Freedom, man.
Dude, I'm telling you, I prefer. I don't like automobiles, guys. Personally, I'm not really a gearhead. I'm not a muscle car guy. I don't like to drive. I don't drive. I take the train places. I take the bus places. I'm a city hippie in that way. Public transit's free here till December, so I can take the trolley as much as I fucking want all day.
Right. Absolutely.
So yeah, I can't blame Biden for gas prices. No, I don't know. I don't know who to fucking blame. I don't remember where we're sourcing our oil right now. I forget how much our surplus is at too. It's kind of like dairy, where you're dealing with a commodity that's its value is based off of the government surplus, right? So, like milk, price per gallon changes depending on how much our government has powdered and stashed. So, electric, David. Electric is the future. I want a Tesla very bad. I want an electric automobile really bad. I don't like combustion engines. Just from an engineering perspective, again, my mother's side of the family, they're all engineers, incredibly intelligent. If it sounds like I have a big brain, I promise you I'm the least accomplished brain in that side of the gene pool. They are endlessly intelligent and incredible creators. From my grandfather, machinist, toolmaker, spurred an industrial spurt in our town that is museum worthy. And I got the man in our local museum. So he's, from an engineering perspective, what fucking sense does it make to run things on explosions? It doesn't make any sense. I'm talking about just combustion engines, combustion technology, period. It does not make sense to run shit on engines and combustible fluids. It doesn't. Not when we have a perfectly viable electric alternative and have since, let's see, when did we gut the electric rail system and leave that shit in the desert? Because there's still a bunch of electric cars just out in the desert from like the 50s. Like, we had a system to electrify everything and kill the fucking oil, our dependency on fucking oil decades ago, and we fucking trashed it. But yeah, electric is what I want. I want a Tesla Rosa. I want a Testarossa with a Tesla engine in it.
That would be nice.
Yeah, I'm grinding for that Tesla Rosa. I think that these kind of just alternatives to combustion are the way to go. Again, it has nothing to do with emissions or greenhouse gases, nothing to do with fucking global warming. I don't like the engineering concept of running something on explosions. It makes no fucking sense. A chariot powered by explosions? Does that sound safe to anybody when I word it like that? Because that's what it is. And well, it depends on where your electrical infrastructure is pulling that shit. Now, I don't know about the resources. Here's the thing about electric cars right now. Lithium. Where are we getting the lithium? Because I don't want to start a fucking war in the Middle East or fucking mess up a whole African country because we need their lithium. I don't want to do that either. But again, that's why I kind of believe that, if you live in a metropolitan area, exploit that public transit the best you can. I think that's probably the softest way to, minimize your exposure to machines that run on explosions. By candlelight, yeah, it has a real calming impact. Low music, low light, reduces stress. We have so much screen time. I feel we benefit from being turned off. Exactly, Vicky. We know it does something to the human mind too. We know that. Like, we've measured that effect, kind of the candlelight effect. We also know there's a certain demographic of humans who, like, there's a certain, statistically, a number of humans who are night owls, right? And they wake up, and why do we have that vestigially in us as humans? It's because of, electric light is modern. We've almost evolved to some of us waking up and making sure the fire stays warm, or making sure a candle stays lit. There's shout out all you night owls out there. I see you showing up to the night shift. Sounds like my life is just Sean Bez. There's I fucking can't, I love gearheads. I love people who love their cars and trucks. I love that shit. I love you endlessly. My father sold automobiles. A dear cousin of mine sells automobiles in kind of a peculiar way, but he, again, I'm all for it. Like, again, my family historically makes armored vehicles in Germany. It's what my father's side does. So I mean, I get it, and I like it for you, and I definitely think there should always be a place for people who want that Top Gear life. You know what I mean? Like, if you can afford to have that car and you want to drag shit and you want to burn that gas, baby, burn that gas. Like, I'm not even talking about global warming. Me personally, from an engineering perspective, I don't like shit that runs on explosions. It just doesn't seem like a good plan. And in my history with automobiles, them shits break down, and I'll spend $150 on a car and then just fucking have it scrapped for twice the price that I paid for it. But I'm also somebody who, you know, normally has a resource to, like, if I get a certain kind of car, it's like, I know I can get this running. I can use hydraulic fluid instead of like power steering fluid if it has like a small leak in the power. Like, there's little things I'll buy a $150 car, get it going, and then just drive it into the ground. Treat it like a disposable camera. I'm the Grim Reaper to automobiles. They see me and they're like, this is the last motherfucker that's gonna drive me. And I'm like, yeah, I am. I'm gonna have you turn into a little metal square when I'm done with you. That's also me. I don't mind fucking crushing as many little combustion engines as I fucking can in my lifetime, boy. I want to be known as the fucking killer of cars. Ugh. This. Do you think it's, I mean, there's room to improve, says Vicky. Yeah, running off explosions. That's hilarious, Sean. Is she 8 horsepower or whatever? How many horsepower your wife got? But no, it's literally like, we even measure it with horsepower. Like, it's a chariot pulled by explosions. And it's a bad plan. It always has been a bad plan. Never stop being a bad plan. It will never, probably never change on that. I've been like that since I was a youth, and I think maybe it's just a genetic thing too. My great grandfather was that way. This motherfucker did not like automobiles. Got that 1,000 horsepower wife, boy. Oh, straight up unicorn. You know, I also was living somewhere where it's like impossible to bike or do anything because it was very hilly and far apart, and you have to drive. It was a bitch. It's a bitch. Yeah, no, exactly. Jacksonville does, yeah. Places in Florida, you kind of have to drive around. Made it all the way to Florida just to rent a car. That's happened to me too. But I try to minimize my use of them, but that's me personally. Again, I admire all you gearheads out there. I kind of wish I was one. I at some point want to go drive an armored vehicle all crazy out in fucking Afghanistan or something with my cousin, but that's what he does. That's what he does for a living, you know. That's where he's at right now. But he's a lot more famous than me. But I'd love to score an interview with him, but I can't right now because motherfuckers, he's in Afghanistan. I don't even know if my messages are reaching him. I know he's posting on Facebook like, it's not that tough getting in here. But he's also a hard ass. I got a cousin that's a hard ass. Like, he doesn't care. Like, the danger's like, there's danger everywhere. My job is to statistically decrease that danger. But, you know, again, he's driving around a car that you could set an IED off under and fill with fucking as many clips of ammunition as 8 people could probably hold, and it ain't gonna get through that car. He's just that kind of dude. That's the kind of product they make, baby. I'm gonna push forward in this. Jury. He's upset because they're trying to see if his motherfucker. So the cops were called because of him walking through that fucking construction site? Is that what this is about? They're mad at Ahmaud because he... Some steep mountains and not in good shape for biking up them. I would have it. Yeah, exactly, Vicky. You know, you have to drive. Most people in America have to. It's a spread out nation. Again, what I'm talking about is just I'm in a metropolitan area. I'm fortunate enough to be able to do that. But I hate it. I hate cars. Turn this up a little bit.
This is just speculation at this point.
Well, but, let me stop you there. Are you trying to make decisions about what to do next in your investigation?
Yes.
And so I'm asking you what you're thinking in your own mind about what could be happening with this particular individual.
So they're basically asking this cop what I'm fucking wondering, like, what the fuck?
On some kind of drug, given he's so verbally aggressive and physically aggressive.
Is mental illness, or that he could have some kind of emotional or mental problem, is that a consideration?
It is.
Have you dealt with those types of issues as an officer on the force?
Yes.
At that time, had you dealt with those kind of issues?
Yes.
I'm fucking worried. Check my damn history. Go to my job. Okay. She called my job right now. I go to work. Call your job, man. Shit, what the fuck you talking about? Shit. What?
What are you doing now?
Ooh.
Right now I'm trying to
Hey, I mean, I've been pretty pissed at the cops too, but normally, I've been pretty privileged in the past, and when I'm like, "What the fuck is your problem?" They're like, "Oh shit, my bad." You know what I mean? Like I couldn't imagine it's this dude just grilling you for fucking this long, keeping you at the back of your automobile.
Yes. He approached me thinking I was going to go into his car, which I wasn't going to do.
It's fair to think that you were. It looked like you were fucking gonna go into his car, dude.
I was about to say.
Straight the fuck up.
Just a cop having a fucking power trip.
Yeah,
Thinking
dude.
he can get away with anything.
He's over there tickling the handle like, well, he thought I was gonna go into the car. Like, yeah, bitch, I did too. Everybody did.
I think it was to a point, but at that point that was clear that it was an assaultive behavior at that place.
It's my car. Don't touch me. I'm not touching your car. I'm looking inside your car. Don't touch me. You can't look inside my shit. Yeah, I'm 10-4. Send me another unit.
Send me another unit. He's calling for backup, dude. Sparks used to love to drive, but now it's too crowded. Yeah. I've had some good drives, you know.
Just, very angry. Listen, man. What are you doing out here? You just chilling? Chilling, bro. I'm rapping in the car. To instrumentals. Okay. That's fine. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on.
He's just rapping to instrumentals. I kind of feel that sometimes you got to go get that car mix. You know what I mean? I've listened to plenty of my own instrumental mixes in a car, so you get that quad mix. Like, that's an absolutely valid fucking thing to be doing. Oh, well, John, the 66 Batmobile's different. I would drive that carriage powered by explosions all day. Well, you better believe I'd be in that 66 Batmobile. Any of the Batmobiles, honestly, even the ones from like that shit-ass Chris Nolan series, I'd do that. Sparky had a muscle car, a 73 Mach 1. Sick. Yo, special guest is a gearhead boy. He likes to drive and drive crazy sometimes, man. You know, about it, man. Again, if any of y'all are gearheads and want me to even open up like a car chat, vehicle chat in the Discord, I'm not opposed to it. I got your back. You guys could vote and have my ass doing some kind of car-centered show. I don't even like cars, but I'd do it for you.
I get that you're working. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on out here, man. Okay. I know, you're just acting very, you're jumping around, getting a little bit nervous on me.
You're a cop. I'd be fucking nervous too. You're a cop that just called backup and tried to get my car. I'm fucking jumping around too, like, get the fuck out of here.
Do you feel he's connecting with you about the
Oh, imagine going through the drive-through line in the 66 Batmobile.
I feel like he was
trying
to explain what he was doing.
Oh, man.
Rapping in the park, but at the same time,
I love it.
It didn't dispel my suspicion all the way after hearing he's just rapping in the park.
You see in the video another officer's approaching.
Yes.
Did you ultimately arrest Mr. Arbery?
Officer Gut and Officer Punch. Sorry. Motherfucker looks swole.
Yes.
How so?
I allowed him to go.
Okay. And you said that you heard that there was a suspended license.
Yes.
Did you charge him with a suspended license?
No, because I didn't see him drive.
Newer cars know everything about you. I wish I had my 1982 Corvette back. It definitely was not a smart car, says Vicky. So you're not into the smart car thing? Word. I'm down for it. I don't care. My phone already knows everything about me. Fuck it. Fuck it. I'll let my car know. I can see your comments, Andrea. Sorry. Did I miss you? Does anyone have any thoughts on my comment? I would love to hear suggestions. I didn't see your first comment, Andrea. You scroll back up. I must have missed you. I've been listening for a while. Every energy source has its own consequences. I would love a Tesla, but I live in a small Colorado town at 8. Oh, wow. I heard electric cars don't do well in cold. I'm not sure. I would imagine they'd probably do fine in cold. Normally, cold temperatures treat lithium pretty well, I thought. But maybe it's different when it gets cold. Maybe it does slow the movement of those, maybe it slows the movement of particles. I don't know. Well,
I know nothing about automobiles unless it runs on dilithium crystals or I don't know anything about it. But I will say, when I was in Miami, the ex's grandfather, guy from Havana, right, and he was into the car mechanics, and I was interested in how those cats over there in Cuba, because they had a hard time getting parts and everything.
Oh, they're genius there.
They have to use, first of all, they have like 57 Chevys still over there and everything, because that's all they can get.
Yeah.
But then on top of that, they can keep it working by chewing gum and, coat hangers, and it's amazing. And the grandfather was complaining to me because by the 90s, all the cars are computerized. And I know so little about engines, but what I remember when I was a kid, my dad used to love Cadillacs. You open the hood, and it was what I called the frying pan, which is like the air filter. But to me, it was shaped like a frying pan. That's what I always called it. And you open up a hood now, and it's just a smooth plastic surface, and all the stuff is underneath of that. And you got to get into that before you can even start fixing the engine. You got to go through all that computer shit.
Yep.
I just can't understand. It's ridiculous. So yeah, I'm with you on the car thing, man. Unless I can have the Batmobile, I'm just not interested.
Yeah, I have one lane of automobile I feel like I'm pretty clever at working on, just from experience. And if I'm normally it's like one of those thermodynamic miracles. Like I just happen to find one for like under $200 that specifically has one small issue that's like, oh, well, I can get that running now. Like I just need a can of seafoam and some hydraulic fluid and I'm gonna get this bitch running. And so like there's some, I have, a side of my family that's like fixing shit is what they do. They, I learned it all like kind of by hand through necessity. So like there's one type of automobile I know how to work on and I will get, but I will also not pay over $200 and will crush it the moment it gives me problems. Like
I thought
oh, sorry.
I thought I'd like to have a scooter. No, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on you. I thought I wanted a scooter, like a moped type thing, just to get around town here. But this is a real tourist town, and just a couple weeks ago, a friend of mine I knew from some of the meetings, obese guy, okay? And this guy is huge. And he used to ride around on a little scooter, you know? And I just was like, how does it support him? You know, this guy had to be 400 some pounds. And poor guy, man, a car, nobody pays any attention to you on scooters around here. And they wiped him out, and he ended up breaking a bunch of bones, and he passed away, unfortunately. So that kind of talked me out of the scooter idea, you know, just because of the other people driving. You know, I could handle it, but I just don't want it to be ignored and run over, you know?
Yeah.
So that's so I pretty much bicycles and walking is our mode of travel around here.
That's, you know, I love that. I love that about communities like that too, when it's kind of like you don't necessarily have to start off in that kind of change in lifestyle alone when it comes to like means of transportation. It's kind of cool to have buddies when you start off with stuff like that. Like when I first moved to a college town, and it's like I'm not gonna. I worked like less than a mile from where I lived, so I just walk. Like there's no point in even trying to fucking navigate a car into a parking garage. Like fuck it. But that shit would have been miserable if I didn't have friends that were in like a similar boat, and we're like, all right, we're either gonna carpool, we're all gonna bike together, or we're all gonna walk together, or at least two of us. You know.
On a happier note, you just said college town. My first apartment of my own, actually a room I was renting in my hometown, it was in the college area because that's the only place you could find an affordable room. Okay. And funny enough, I went to this job at this pizza place. It was called Subway, but it wasn't part of the chain. Okay. And the boss there, first day on the job, he says, you can come in and start tomorrow. And he says, can't afford to pay a lot, but you can have all you want to eat. And then he proceeds to hand me this like foot-long, beautiful bud of weed, right?
Ooh.
And he says, and I said, yeah, okay, hired.
Yeah.
And, I was there every day after that, you know, and man, it was great because I could catch a buzz and then pop in and make myself a pizza and then pop back out again when I was off. It was fantastic. But just real quickly, I promise you, that led me to another thought I had. So eventually, the landlady at this room, she didn't like people coming in at all hours of the night. And I wasn't dealing drugs or anything, but I had a lot of friends come by and we'd party. So she threw me out. She gave me till midnight the next day to be gone. Okay. So I said, sure. Okay, no problem. So as usual, the way I handle something like that, instead of worrying about it, I said, well, let me go get fucked up. So I'm walking down the street, and again, a college town, there was a party spilling out into the street, okay, from this 2-story apartment building. I don't know who's giving the party. All I know is I elbowed my way, excuse me, pardon me, and got to where the keg was and stood there and had a few beers, you know, and as I got a little buzz, I started thinking, you know, we better be thinking about what we're going to do tomorrow. I mean, I didn't have a clue, right? And I had spent my money by then, so I'm like, what am I going to do? So up walks this dude. I'm sitting on the couch now in this apartment. I don't even know whose party it is. And I'm having some drinks, and somebody passed me a joint. And this guy walks up, and, you know, he seems like, you know, late 20s. And he says, man, you look like you're pretty down, man. You know, it's like, you okay? And I didn't know I was giving off any kind of look. And I said, well, as a matter of fact, I've been thrown out of my place, and I got to have some by tomorrow.
Yeah.
So long story longer, he says to me, okay, stop by my apartment tomorrow. You know, I can rent your room. So I did everything I could to remember this fucking address, right? I mean, blazed it on my brain. So I remembered it.
Hammered it in.
Yeah, you know, I'm half fucked up, but I'm not going to forget this address because it's all I got is an opportunity. So I show up, I check the place out. It's a great room. It's a little place. It's a duplex, so you got to go up the stairs in the back to get in. So everything's great. This guy's name is Tom. You know, he kind of looked like Roger Daltrey of The Who. Okay?
Oh.
So this is going to be great. So I said to him, you know, hey, good-looking guy. I said, you know, and I thought at first maybe he was coming on to me, but I was like, no, that wasn't the case. You know, he's straight. So I'm like, okay. So I move in. I say, well, how much do you want? And he said, let's say 25. And I'm like, okay, 25 a week. He goes, no, a month. I'm like, wow. I mean, this is like 1983. So I'm like, okay, great, man. You know, so I move in, everything's cool. And here's what happens. The first couple weeks is great. And I used to have all these Penthouse and Playboys strapped into these leather covers. Okay. So there was a bunch of volumes in each cover. So he asked if he could borrow them. So I said, yeah, man, check them out. So he's got a couple of them. I come home from work one day, and all of them are gone, okay, from my room. And I go to him, I say, hey, man, do you happen to pick up some magazines? And he says to me, no. Meanwhile, he's literally leaning on the pile of magazines. So I'm like, this is weird, you know? So I said, okay. So I call my buddies. I'm telling them, look, man, he says he hasn't seen them, and this is weird. And then he starts doing some other weird shit. Like he says one day we're all going to go to the river, and that's where everybody parties at down in Richmond, the James River.
Okay.
So they got the hose you swing on and jump in the water. It's great. They got some rocks out there you can hang out on, get a tan. So we're all going out there, and we ask him if he wants to go. So the dude says, yeah, I just got to get a haircut. We're like, well, dude, we're leaving now. And he goes, no, I'm just going to go do it myself. So I walk past the bathroom, the door's cracked, and he's in there with a box opener knife, and he's like cutting plugs of this curly hair out of his head. And I throw open the door. I go, what are you doing, man? And he goes, I'm just getting a haircut. And then, you know, it just went on from there. So I asked the landlord who lived downstairs, I said, do you know what's up with this guy? And he said he had a history of mental issues. Okay. Because I remember like last week or so, you were talking about mental issues and maybe a sister or something.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what made me think of this. You know, I meant to tell you about this back then. Anyway, so he's got a history of mental issues. And the landlord says, yeah, I've known him since he was, you know, a kid. And so he says, you need to call this place and get him an evaluation. So I go to my grandma because we had the same problem with my grandfather. He had Alzheimer's. He went walking off, got lost a couple of times. So I went to her. We called the place. And when I mentioned the guy's name, they went, ding, ding, ding. Oh, yeah. So apparently he was supposed to show up every month to this place and get his screws tightened, you know, and get a shot of something.
Yeah.
That kept him good. And if he missed that shot, he would, as he progressed, it would just get worse, you know, his mental issues. So they said, yeah, well, do you know where he's at? And I said, yeah, he lives here. And so they went and they put out a net for him. You know, they're going to throw a net over him. And I go on to work. Okay. So, you know, I hate to get the guy busted, but he needs help, you know. So I go on down to work. And again, I'm down in the college area, and there's a lot of bars and a lot of bikers would line the bikes up front of this bar like the Terminator, you know. So I'm in the place, and all of a sudden, man, all hell breaks loose down the street, and everybody from my job and everywhere else is looking out. And apparently a guy had walked into one of the bars, and he had thigh-high boots on and a bullwhip and a wig, and he said his name was Wicked Wanda. Well, it turns out that's my roommate, okay? And he was trying to whip bikers, and apparently, you know, the Wicked Wanda cartoons are in every issue of Penthouse, and somehow he had read my Penthouses, and they had somehow inspired him to think he was Wicked Wanda. And so that's how they got him. And so they took him in for, you know, some maintenance, and he was gone for a couple weeks. But meanwhile, you know, the landlord told me, don't worry about it, man. You don't have to pay the rent or anything. You know, his check covers it. I'm like, cool. So it was just funny because Tom turned into Wicked Wanda. I'll never forget that.
Shout out Wicked Wanda, dude. That's wild.
As they were taking him away, as they're throwing him in the van, he's going, I'm Wicked Wanda. I'm Wicked Wanda. And I was just like, wow, okay. And I talked to my friends that worked at the bar down there, and they said, oh, yeah, he was going off. Bikers were about ready to kill him. And luckily the cops showed up, took him to the hospital. But anyway, another little story from my past I thought you might get a kick out of.
Oh, man. Thank you so much for sharing that. Holy shit. Oh, I couldn't.
Sorry to waste your time, man.
Not at all. I couldn't imagine being Wicked Wanda. It's fucking wild.
It's just funny how you can say something and it can open up a whole world of memories that remind you of something else.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Or a song or a smell just takes you right back to the moment. Absolutely.
I've got
we're talking about scooters, and I thought about motorcycles, and I'm thinking about Wicked Wanda.
Did you hear what this defense just said in this video? Blows my mind. The defense here, apparently they're trying to make it out that Ahmaud Arbery had mental illness, and that's why he got killed.
That's what they were. Yeah. Well, here's what I think defense is trying to do is they're trying to see if this guy even took it into consideration that he might be mentally ill.
This is disgusting that they do this. This makes me so mad.
It's unfortunately.
What about that other sad case? That other case where a little black kid and he apparently he did have some issues like autism or something.
Yes.
And they gave him a shot. They gave him a shot of something. And
They gave
killed
him
or something.
They gave him ketamine. I don't want to misspeak his name because again on my notes today I'm all Ahmaud Arbery tooled. But yes, that did happen. He was calling out for his mother too. Like it was despicable. We have an issue, and you know, it is across the board in a lot of counties.
They were the ambulance drivers as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because they participated in that whole thing. I think it's just sick, man. You know, and this seems like this kind of thing.
It really is. It's fucking gross. Like, I got a feeling.
Let's talk details on that one, on this one you're talking about right now. Okay.
Yes.
They say that he was supposed to have cased the place or some construction site near where these guys, where the rednecks were hanging out or where they lived. And they said, yeah, this is the same guy. We knew it was him, so we chased him down. Come on.
Yeah.
Really?
It's bullshit. It's well, and look, man, like, I'll tell you what that guy was doing in that fucking building that was being constructed is he was just probably scheming his musical ideas. I've wandered in places just like that while I'm in a musical headspace. Hearing that guy was a rapper tracks with me. Like now some of that walk makes a lot more sense. Like, okay, dude, you're just going on a walk. Like you're just doing your thing. You're finding your zen. Like, and you know, I've been that guy kind of wandering in with a musical idea in my head or some headphones in, and I just kind of walk in and look around a place and walk back out. And it's like a place that's just framed like that place was when it's just frame. It's just interesting to look through, and it sparks creative ideas. And
yeah, but because these guys are racist pieces of shit,
they're
automatically going to assume he must be in there trying to steal something.
Yeah,
and it's like, get the
exactly. He's the jump to assumption that he's a thief and not just in there fishing for his ideas, like catching ideas. Like that's what it looked like he was doing to me. Like, and he clearly like walks in with like a dropped shouldered posture. He looks around really slow. He walks around really slow. Like, dude was not casing the place, in my opinion, in any way. And yeah, Christy says in the chat they were racist. Yeah, I don't understand how ketamine is for people. I thought it was for animals, says 8-Day Tripper. They say the same thing. That's, ivermectin too, 8-Day, but you still take it. It might strip that COVID out your body. I don't know. I don't know, man. I know I've accidentally bought and consumed ketamine thinking it was something else. And it's a crazy fucking time.
Even, dude, if you just go work out and you're using some of those creatine or some sort of bodybuilding supplement that they sell at like 24-Hour Fitness or wherever, Planet Fitness, you know that the FDA does not regulate that stuff.
No,
it's actually like ketamine and stuff like that. They can throw whatever the hell they want in that bodybuilding stuff.
Yeah.
I watched a documentary. I watched a documentary on a wrestler. I can't remember where it was, but HBO or something. And the wrestler became so addicted to this powder that you get in the big jar that you could buy it. You could buy it at Sears even. And apparently it was some kind of steroidal type stuff in it. But it was, anybody could buy it. Okay, over the counter at Sears. And it got to the point where, he ended up dying, but taking himself out. But it was so bad, they said that at one point he escaped from a treatment center, went to a Sears, no money or anything, and just opened it up and started, gulping it down right there in the middle of the store because he wanted it so bad. And, and it was pumping him up and everything, but his family was talking about how he just fell apart, and just the things it did to him. It's amazing, man. But I'm not familiar with this ketamine. What is it?
It's technically like a horse tranquilizer. It's the best.
Basically, it gives you water muscles. Like it
like the best parts of being drunk, I guess. But here's what it did to me visually, though. Keep in mind, I paired it with a bunch of other stuff. I was a bit of a psychonaut in my youth, so I saw 7 of fucking everything. Like everybody was moving like the fast vampires in Queen of the Damned.
Yeah.
Like some old 70s fast motion effects where they just kind of, frames kind of lag behind.
okay, well, I don't think I told you about this, but this won't take as long as we could want to. I got to Maryland, and I really wanted to get some weed. So, like a dumbass, again, in the 80s, I said, you know what, I'm going to go to somebody who looks halfway cool and see if they can help me out. So I went to this guy. I said, hey, man, do you know where I can get some weed? If you're a cop, I'm sorry. And he goes, yeah. So guy actually gets me in his car. He could have killed me, but anyway, he drives me to a place and it happens to be weed. So I buy it, you know, and I'm talking to these guys who've got it. You know, I'm sitting in their house, and you know, this guy's giving me he co-signed me even though he didn't know me from shit. He said, yeah, I know him a while. So I got the shit, and of course, good etiquette is I smoke with the guys. They go, that's okay, you don't have to do that. We already got some. So they start smoking some bowls with me of their stuff, and I've still got mine in my pocket now. And I'm like, well, wow, it's great, thanks. So as I'm smoking, they're laughing their asses off at me. And I'm like, what? And I'm starting to get all uncomfortable. I'm like, well, what? And they let me know after I've smoked a bunch of it that it actually had PCP in it. It was called Love Boat at the time, right? It was big at the time. And I had never heard of such a thing. So I'm like, oh, what's it going to do to me? You know, I just wanted some weed. So I leave their house in a panic, and I go to cross the street back to my place. I'm a few blocks away. And I waited till 4 lanes of traffic were completely dead. Got across the street after about 20 minutes. I'm creeping around buildings like I'm a secret agent, and I'm so paranoid. I get back to my basement apartment, and I think that the ceiling is made of glass and that the landlady can see me through the glass. So I run back.
You sound like you're on meth.
Yeah, right.
It treats you very similarly from experience. Save the feelings of wanting to get butt naked, which I did on PCP. I wanted to get butt naked.
Well, I ran back to these people's house, and I said, listen, and they're still laughing. And they're like, oh, man, you all right? And I said, no, man. So I hung out with them, you know, until I kind of felt better. And my dumb ass sat there and smoked more. And I finally got used to it. But I never did enjoy the buzz. I mean, it just wasn't, to me, you know, it wasn't like just some nice weed, you know, and I...
Yeah, it's like vibrating nervously for fucking hours is what PCP's like. Yeah, it's like you turn into
And I found out one of the main ingredients of the stuff was embalming fluid, right? And I'm like, whoa, are you kidding me? You know? Yeah, and then later on in life, I had the lesbians who made me go out and buy the ingredients to make their own homemade meth, which I didn't know what that was either, but I was real preppy looking. Said, we can't go to the store anymore. Can you go for us and buy this stuff? And I said, yeah, whatever. And everything was cool. I went to the drugstore. I got the inhalers they wanted. And then when I got to the hardware store, and I said, I need something called muriatic acid, please.
Yep.
And they gave me this Clorox bottle that had like a huge skull and crossbones on it.
Yep.
And I'm finding out it's like sulfuric acid, right? So I take this home to them and I go, is this the stuff? And they go, yeah. So they made up a bunch of this, and it ends up looking like cocaine. You know, it's a crystallized shit. And they cooked it in a Pyrex dish, and they said, yeah, you want some? And I said, I don't know, man. So I didn't shoot it. I wouldn't do that, but I took a couple of lines. I was up from a Friday till a Tuesday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I ended up painting a Grateful Dead cover on the wall of our room. You know, I live with them, and I ended up painting this Grateful Dead mural of a skeleton playing the violin and for Blues Frog album. And I stayed up for like 3 days working on this painting. Everybody's like, damn, that's amazing. I'm like, yeah. Insane.
Yep, that's
so that's how I found out about those things, you know.
Yeah,
just give me some, man. You know, I don't need all the extras. You know,
that's where I'm at with it. I mean, if I'm at like a cool concert or something, I'm not opposed at this point in my sobriety to taking like the occasional like hit of acid from, you know, a source that's not somebody I have close to home. That's my big thing is making sure if I am gonna have fun out and about, I ain't got no way to get it back home. Because that's where my problem is. But that's again after a lot of sobriety, and I'm working those steps and fucking try my best to fucking get back to that.
That didn't do shit to me. I didn't feel a thing. I was back in October of last year. Didn't feel a thing. You know, the stuff I did in the 80s, that was fantastic. driving home from a dead show and the rain's hitting the windshield, and I couldn't stop looking at the rain to look at the road. I was like, wow, look at all those raindrops. I had to pull over.
Yeah. I had some decent. Hey, you take it easy, John. Thank you so much.
I'll leave you alone, I promise.
Oh, hey, you're fine, brother.
All right.
No, we're actually this upcoming Thursday. It's funny we bring up LSD. It's a whole LSD special on Thursday, guys. We're gonna do a tattered map where the subject is LSD. We're gonna talk about its relationship to cults and conspiracies. We're gonna just kind of break down the history of the chemical itself on the tattered map. Thursday is gonna be conspiracy day in general, so for our daily show on Thursday, I'm gonna be going deep. You guys got a conspiracy you want my opinion on, or you want to know what I think about it? You guys, that's the time to ask on Thursday, baby. I've got that evening. I'm going to be telling some deep divey acid stories, baby. I'm going to hopefully get Chief in there with us Thursday night, and we're going to go deep and maybe give you guys some of my Psychonautic experience. It seems like those stories are normally pretty funny. I like reliving some of that stuff now. Yeah, Thursday's going to be real fun. Thursday's going to be real fun again. So for the swing shift, we're going to do a tattered map, a new episode of the tattered map. The theme is LSD and conspiracies on Thursday. So let's get crazy. Let's get crazy on Thursday, guys. You want to talk about Leary? Let's talk about Leary. You want to talk about boofing some DMT and reading Be Here Now? Let's talk about it. Fucking, I've probably done that. Debbie Moore says there's a Texas cop pulled out a badge after trying to meet a 14-year-old. Holy shit. What are you talking about? Triple C's unholy, Kev. Oh, getting out. Yeah, those are bad. That's an incredibly bad thing to do for your heart, that Triple C thing. I never did that, but I've had friends that did. We should save your Guar story for Thursday. Hey, we can revisit the Guar story on Thursday. I don't mind just talking about Guar for a bit, because I want to eat some mushrooms or some acid and go see Guar. Bad. DMT and the machine elves. Yeah, I've seen those elves, baby. That's by far my favorite psychoactive chemical out of all of that I have ingested is DMT. I know everybody who's a psychonaut says that, but it is by far my favorite. If you take some MAOI and you eat some and you smoke some, but again, you gotta take the MAOI inhibitor. You gotta take that shit that so that your stomach can actually, so it actually gets into your blood. Whippets, that's more special guest territory, baby. Funny story, over a decade ago now, one of Special Guest and I's first encounters had to do with whippets, and we'll kind of expound upon that when I got special guests in the room. Yeah, can't believe you were in Guar's living room. I want to go see Guar really bad. I want to get covered in the goo. I want the full-on experience, and I want to be out of my fucking mind on whatever at the time, because again, I like to experiment with that kind of thing when I'm at a concert or something, or somewhere camping, somewhere outside of home. I don't particularly like to do it at home too much. It breeds a agoraphobic sense of me, and helps with my sociability if I engage in that kind of fun festival behavior sometimes. But I'm an addict. I've been addicted to spending my money on fucking festivals, thinking that it wasn't the drugs, and it was the music, and it wasn't the music, it was the drugs. You're not driving 18 hours out of your way to see a fucking Doors cover band. You're driving 18 hours out of your way to eat some acid. And I had to realize that about myself. So as long as I stay on top of my behavior, remember the progress I've made.
God damn it, listen, one more thing, man.
Oh, yeah. Hey, no, I'm glad you're back, baby.
Hey, listen, because you said something, you mentioned some other drug, and it made me think. So I don't think I told you about this, but I did just say, yeah, you already told us. Anyway, my uncle was always, he partied, so he would always tell me shit that he did when he was younger or whatever. And he suggested that I eat a whole box of motion sickness pills.
What?
And at the time, I'm like, I got my leg up, my arm out. I'm like, whatever you want to do. So I'm like, okay. So he said, yeah, you'll get, it's like tripping. So he goes to the store, he buy a box, I munch them down. He said, you got to take all of them. There's like 12 of them. So I take them all, and he puts on the band, The Last Waltz. Okay?
Yeah.
So I'm listening to that song, Up on Cripple Creek, where she sends me. So I'm listening.
The jam.
I start getting off, right? I can barely see straight. And what would happen was, in my head, it'd be like I want to say, hi, how are you? But what would come out is, so you just couldn't control your motor functions, but in your brain, you were normal. So it got to a point where I was like terrified. I'm like, I want this to stop, but what comes out of my mouth is, so I start feeling, like this, and my uncle's like, of course, now he's ready to go to bed or whatever. So he gives me a ride to my grandma's where I'm living, and he drops me off. Well, somehow I got from walking up her walkway. I have a key. I'm walking up her walkway. Suddenly, I'm a block down the street. Don't know how. After he's driven off, and I'm knocking on this door that I thought was my grandma's, and I'm still feeling like this. And a guy comes to the door, in his bathrobe. It's about 11 o'clock at night. And I realized, wait a minute, Grandma doesn't have this guy. And the first sign was Grandma doesn't have 3 little windows in her front door. So I'm like, this is weird. And I can't function. So the guy gets to the door, and somehow by then I was okay. So I said, I'm sorry, I had too many drinks, and I picked the wrong house. Sorry.
Yeah,
so
my bad.
he calls the cops anyway, of course. And I'm walking now. I realize where I'm at. I see that I'm just a block or two from my grandma's. And by that time, here come the lights of the cops over my shoulder, that little side light. So they pull up and they say, what seems to be going on tonight? We were called. And I said, yeah, I'd had a few drinks, sir, but I know where I'm at now. I'm just trying to get home. I'm right over there. And they say, okay, we suggest you get home. And I was like, yes, sir. And I don't know how I was able to form a sentence after the way I was feeling, but I guess fear did it for me. And I got home, and it was all over, and I would never mess with that shit again. It was called Marzane or something, Marzipan or something.
Oh, I didn't even know you could get high if you took a bunch of that. That's wild.
Yeah. And I didn't either. And he goes, yeah, man, me and a friend of mine did it one time back in 76. It was like tripping. And I was like, okay, I'll try it. Yeah.
Holy shit.
I was an idiot.
Holy shit.
Yeah. So, I got fucked up.
Hey, we got Zimmy in the chat. Boy.
I'll save the gore and maybe repeat it when we do the Thursday thing, because that was an amazing story to me, man. And then when I told you I thought I saw a guy getting ready to get murdered, but it wasn't,
Yeah.
It was actually just a college prank, So anyway, interesting shit happened when I would be on acid, man,
Hell yeah.
And I had a boss one time. I had a boss who was giving everybody this stuff called Atom back then. And it turns out it's a derivative of ecstasy, I find out now. But at the time, he was inviting us over for dinner, me and the other employees at this florist shop. And we got there and we did this stuff. And like a half an hour on the nose, you start feeling kind of like you're tripping, but really nice. You start feeling really nice to people.
Like it's euphoric.
Even though I was in his house, he has other guests coming over. I don't even know him. And I go, would you like some water? Would you care for some water? Would you care for some water? And the lady of the house said, you don't have to do that, John. I go, no, it's quite all right. Would you like some water? And she goes, I know where it is. Thanks. And then that was a great trip. I mean, the next day I felt just pleasant as could be. Everything was cool, until they tried to get me to go to these seminars about this shit called EST, which was a ripoff.
Yo, that's wild that you ended up at EST seminars. Whoa.
One of the guys who came over to the boss's house, a friend of his, we were all doing this stuff. And the guy said, I've got something I think you would like. And next thing you know, a couple of days later, I'm sitting at this EST seminar, and I'm listening to this Tony Robbins type with the headphones on, walking around, telling, life could be good. Life is good, but it could be better. That type of shit, And I'm like, whatever. And they're wanting you to commit to paying them some kind of entrance fee, and it was like, to me it seemed like a cult type thing. I don't know, so I got away from it. But yeah, so that was the only bad part about the Atom.
Word.
I'm gone for it.
Hey, no, hey, you take it easy, John. Thank you so much. Hey, and welcome, Zimmy.
What's up? What's up?
What's up? All the way from Italy.
Yo, you hear me, guys?
I hear
Yo,
you.
you hear me? Nice. How you doing, guys?
Oh, doing
What's
pretty
going on over
good.
there?
Hey, nothing
Hey,
much.
So you're talking about drugs over there?
Well,
Really?
we're talking a little bit about drugs. It's technically True Crime Tuesday, so we're derailing a little bit into drugs, but we're really talking about true crime. What got us on that topic was we were talking about a case here where the police gave a very young African-American man ketamine while detaining him,
Oh shit!
and it killed
Why
him.
they give ketamine?
No fucking clue. Because they're pieces of shit. Yeah. Because they're fucking murderers.
I mean, they did overdose him because, like, I mean, the ketamine people just take it in the clubs, you know, like.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was talking about my experience with ketamine. Like, I've taken ketamine.
I never talk ketamine, like, I don't really. Bro, I think I'm the only DJ that is not into the drugs, so, like.
Yeah.
The other people here, they all fucked up, bro, yeah.
Hey,
Like,
you and I both. I don't get loaded when I'm gigging. That's for sure. Like if I have a show, I don't do that shit.
Like for me, I do like the music so much.
Exactly.
So I don't need to take something to get high. I'm really high because, you know, when you enjoy the party, you are in the middle with all good people, you know, with your friends, and you know, the party start, you know, shit is like, don't think you need drugs, like.
Oh yeah.
Why?
Yeah, when I'm playing live, it's like I'm working, but I'm working for that moment where you get the goosebumps, and it's that beautiful crowd moment, like when you know you've nailed it, like that good that feeling. That's the best feeling in the world. That's better than drugs. Like and taking drugs, it kills that feeling a little bit. And
like for example, bro, the DJ that was playing before me Saturday. He put some trash tech house. I was so fucking boring. I was like doing this, trying to cover from the other people around. You know?
Yeah.
Because he was doing his best, you know, but like I didn't like the music at all.
Exactly. There's times where it's like it does affect the music. Hey, you got a haircut, boy. It looks sharp.
Yeah, look, bro.
Hey, looking sharp, son.
Fresh.
Hell yes.
Thank you, bro.
Hell yes. But man.
So it's in my opinion, the people that does take drugs is because they don't enjoy the moment.
Yep, exactly. They need to alter themselves to be able to try to, and it's like,
They took it when they are very young is because they want like to be part of the crew because everyone is doing that, so I'm gonna do it too, you know.
Yeah.
Stuff like this.
Absolutely.
Oh
yes.
Conor McGregor. Yeah, he beat Homeboy. This guy. I mean, he did punch this guy is called like DJ Francesco. In reality, he's not a DJ. He's like a producer.
Oh.
And I don't know why he punched him because this guy is fan of Conor McGregor.
Oh.
And since Conor was too high on drugs and shit, you know what I mean?
Yep.
So he started punching.
I didn't know Conor McGregor straight clocked a producer, an Italian producer, just on the streets. Was it just at a club or something?
Yeah.
Oh fuck!
Oh, they was like in the party. Actually, Conor McGregor did invite this guy because this guy is. I mean, he's not really very famous. I mean, he's famous in Italy, but not like his father is like a legend pop producer in Italy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The father of this guy that got punched. He. By the way, this guy he got like. Golden disc, platinum disc, you know, he doesn't have sell millions of copies. So actually he's like famous in Italy. He does a lot of like trap music. I call it trash music, but
yep.
They call it trap music.
Yeah.
Nothing like the USA trap music, you know. But it's like kind of bullshit. Like they monkey in the real trap the real USA trap music. So
Gotcha.
they do some fake reggaeton trap shit, some mix.
The reggaeton influence in the European crowd, like it seems to drip into every form of music over there, and I would imagine that's weird as fuck with trap, because the way I'll use trap is like I'll take what's traditionally like a southern rap beat or like a trap beat where it's like really fast on the hi-hats and like kind of has that swagger to it, but I'll put it on an old on like a Linn drum. Like a Linn.
The Linn drum.
Yeah, I'll put it on like a Linn drum or something. Like I'll go old with it.
You wanna listen to Linn drum, bro? Let me check. I do have a Linn drum.
I bet you got a yeah.
I'm stemming some stuff here. Some stuff I wanna put it. I'm working on the computer right now.
Oh hell yeah!
I'm making the intro jingle for a Discovery channel here in Italy.
Oh shit!
They will have. They are making this new show, and this guy actually he's like a transgender one, So they making this show with a transgender, and Discovery sent me like a mail. They want like some jingle,
Fuck yeah!
The intro show. So I'm making this music for them.
That's awesome.
Kind of pop, pop dance.
Hey,
kind of like David Guetta style,
Oh, cool. No, I love commissions like that. That's my favorite shit in the world is when you get kind of a direct prompt or like when someone's like, hey, I just need that jingle or transition piece. It's like, oh, I got you. I come in clutch with that. That's cool. That's cool as shit, Zimmy. For Discovery Italy, that's dope. That's dope.
Bro.
We gotta.
Hey, bro, but listen. The national TV does pay a lot, bro, because you get also the royalty from the music. Actually, Discovery don't pay that much. I mean, they pay you for the work, for the job done. But you don't get any more money, because they do own the song. Actually, the national TV is better because you own the music you send to them. They not only pay you for the music, actually you do get royalty every time they play your music. So if the show goes on for years, you get paid for years, bro.
That's how it worked for me. When I sold something to PBS here, I get royalties on it. Like I have a couple of tracks that ended up on documentaries on PBS, and then I have some music that
but
like
there's somebody that does pay you, and they own the. You have to make a deal with that.
Yeah. Do you remember MTVU? MTVU. I sold a song to MTVU forever ago, and I did a little showcase thing for MTVU, and they paid like Discovery, where it's like you just get the flat rate, and they own that fucking song. Like.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like, and I still get the royalties from PBS, and I don't even think they play that shit.
All the work for them.
Yeah, exactly. But hey, Zimmy, I gotta go use the restroom real quick. I'm gonna kick over to an ad break just real fast, and I'll be right back, my brother.
Yeah, it's okay, bro. It's okay. Oh, I'm putting a shirt, bro.
Oh, hell yeah. Little chilly.
Yeah.
officer reached the conclusion that he has it. So it could be one of two ways. It could be that the court allows the witness right now to fortify the diagnosis so that the court is convinced this is the proper diagnosis, and then allow the witness to say, these are the features and traits of this mental illness that are particular to Mr. Arbery, and we see through history how it causes Mr. Arbery to behave under certain circumstances.
All right, we're back. Oh man! So to catch you up, what I've got streaming in here is a trial that's going on. It's Ahmaud Arbery, and
okay.
Yeah, and Ahmaud Arbery, Zimmy, was gunned down. It was murder, and it was racially motivated. Over here,
It was Black, the guy that died.
Yes, and it was unlawful as shit. Let's see real quick. I'll show you the these fuckers brought a camera, Zimmy. They brought a camera to film themselves killing this guy because they thought he was well, they were just racist. I mean, honestly, is what it is. But here's what happened. And again, you'll see exactly how scary and mobbish and unlawful this shit is. Like, they roll up in trucks. I don't know if anybody saw that newest Watchmen series, but they roll up like they're the 7th Cavalry. Like, it's some like KKK looking shit.
Bro, I did win once against the police here in Italy.
Oh.
I did appeal, bro, and I did win.
Oh shit.
They make we call it office abuse. You know what I mean?
Yeah, abuse of office. Yeah.
You know when you park the car in the wrong spot, they just give you a ticket. Actually, these police, they wanted to take the car. They told that they cannot take the car. First of all, because I was there, so he don't have to call. Because if he's like doing something to the traffic, he can just remove the car. I'm there, so he have to give me the ticket. Actually, they didn't arrest me,
Oh. Wait.
They did charge me with official resistance when you're resisting to the police.
Oh, but they didn't actually arrest. Okay, so it was fucking. They're just being cunts.
No, because I grabbed the ticket and I.
Yeah, you told them fucking eat one. Yeah, word.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck this. Yeah.
They did give me 1 year and 2 months in first degree.
Oh,
the trial,
Shit.
And in appeal, I did win because I had also other people that was watching, because I told him like once, like 3 times, okay, give me this fucking ticket. I pay the ticket. It's done. It's okay, because if you pay the ticket in a short time, like in 3 days, they make you 50% discount. You know what I mean?
Oh shit. Okay. Yeah.
So I wanted to pay it faster, but he actually, I'm gonna call the car, so your car is gonna go away. Okay, I will grab the ticket.
Yeah. Okay.
So I know how it goes, bro. When they want to set up something, so they set up this story that I did do something very, very disrespectful to the police.
Yeah, that you.
I do his job. Like, the fuck? I just.
You tore the ticket up and said, eat one. It's not like you took your dick out and jumped on a car and were like, fuck the police.
So in appeal, the judge say, like, what the fuck? Well, how is this respect to somebody take and trash the ticket? You can still send him at the home.
Exactly, you can still mail it to him. That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. I didn't think about that.
And the judge said, that is not disrespectful. That is like bullshit. He is in all. If he want, he can pay in 3 days. If he don't want, we send him at home.
Exactly.
If he don't pay, we take him the car. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Why'd you...
The judge in appeal, they say, how the fuck is disrespectful in police that somebody take a ticket and throw it through the trash? Like, it is my ticket. I do with the ticket what I want.
It's perfect. Yeah, you can say, fuck this physical ticket, mail this shit to me. Fuck you.
Yeah. So the police did talk it like personality, like I was disrespecting.
Oh, so funny.
Shit was
Oh, man.
So funny. 7 years. 7 years.
7.
I was in trial for 7 years. 7.
That's fucking horrible. Man, I had one traffic ticket.
Because of the COVID.
I had one.
Because of, yeah, over a traffic ticket. 7 years.
Man, I had a traffic ticket turn into I think collectively 12 hours in 2 different county jails, and then went on for way longer than I meant it to, and it's all because
He did charge me with 1 year and 2 months, not because of the ticket, because I did pay the ticket.
Oh.
Just
the disrespectful action. It's an abuse of power.
Listen, they send me with the mail, and I pay with my credit card because it's easy. I told him, send me on the mail so I can pay. I pay it online just now with my phone.
Oh, word. You're like, yeah, here, done. Yeah, fuck the parking ticket.
Don't waste the paper. I told him, don't waste paper, man. Why you doing this to the planet? Why you wasting paper?
You're even being respectful when you do it. They're being cunty. Yeah, they're acting like you pulled your dick out and said, fuck the police.
You should be in the trial with me.
Oh.
So I told the judge. So they charging me with disrespectful to the police, but actually he's disrespectful to the planet. He did waste the paper. They did cut a tree for his ticket.
It's 2021. Zimmy's dropping truth bombs, and the judge is like, good fucking point. He just wanted it mailed. Yeah, he just wanted to deal with it online, which is fine. And it proves that, and it shows that you did too immediately. So the judge was like, and look, he did. So fuck this cop.
So in appeal, bro, I was convicted 1 year and 2 months, bro. The first degrees. We have three degrees of judgment. The first one, the appeal, and is called Cassazione, the third one,
Oh.
Yeah. So in first degrees, they give me 1 year and 2 months for disrespectful to the police.
Good Lord. I can't believe that.
So
I've been...
Bro, in appeal, in Italy, you have 3 judges. And they was laughing so hard when I was explaining to them.
Oh, man, I've gotten away with saying some shit to some cops too. I can't believe you about got 1 year and fucking 3 months for fucking disrespecting cops. I was explaining to the show earlier, Zimmy.
Listen, he talked it personally. Like I didn't say a word to him. I said, give me this fucking ticket. I took the ticket and I trash it. I told him, okay, send me to the mail so I can pay it. So he talked it personal. Bro, this was like an old man, bro. He doesn't know what is the internet. I think he never saw.
It's like an old beat cop who was like...
He was very fat. Actually, if I could run, and he couldn't catch me because he was so fat. He need when he was turning left and right, you listen to the beep like an excavator, beep 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep.
The motherfucker had a backup noise. He was that big. Oh, that's hilarious. See, I've said some. I was explaining to the shows at me, like, where I'm from, I actually, like, I'm the good one in my family, and everybody knew my family. So there'd be times the cops are stopping and they're trying to ask about my family, and I'd tell them, like, bitch, fucking Krispy Kreme's that way. Like, you know what I mean? Like, quit talking to me. Do you suspect me of committing a crime? I'll bust that one on an American cop immediately. They're like, hey, sir. I'm like, you suspect me of committing a crime? And they're like, the fuck? And I'm like, oh, you have a good day.
Yeah, so and on appeal, these 3 judges, bro, they start laughing so bad. I told them, why you keep this old police that doesn't know nothing about internet on those? I could pay it in a moment, just a second, with my phone. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you can do that all digitally right there.
We are talking for 22-year-old, bro.
For $22,
$22, bro. We talking that, bro. He feel himself disrespected.
This bitch is all wound up. You found Italy's Karen, and he's a cop. Oh my gosh! Normally, people that act like that over here in America are white ladies with like the sharp haircut. They got the bangs, and they're talking about they need a receipt. Oh. They're mad that me and Lux are holding hands. Oh shit, Zimmy, that's fucking crazy.
That try was like.
Oh, I would love to be in Italian court with this judge just like, the fuck, gavel.
Yeah, in appeal, they dropped the charges.
Oh fuck yeah.
The judge apologized me. But since I sued the police, you know.
Oh yeah.
But my sue against the police went in prescription, you know, because they have certain times to do the trial.
Yeah.
If they can do it in a time. It's called prescrizione here. They don't judge you anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because of the COVID, my sue against them got dropped because of.
The time.
Long term.
Yeah.
Yeah, but mine, they did it super fast.
That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. Hey, what up, John?
Hey, Zimi, what's going on?
Hey, what up, Garrett? I see you guys popping back in.
Bro? Yo, Larry, how you doing, bro? Yo, Larry is answering to. I think Larry works like in a. How I call this call center, like a sexy call center. Yeah.
Ooh.
Stuff like this, you know.
He's in that one.
Type of guy, huh?
He's at that 1-900 fucking Ginger Lovin'. He's at 1-900 spicy redheads. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, buddy.
Look at him, bro. You see that, guys? Watch the TV behind Larry. TV behind Larry is in repeat. He has the video on repeat. The video of Jody
Repeat. Yeah.
Jody Arias. In repeat, bro.
He got that Jody Arias PowerPoint.
What up, Larry?
Hey, John.
How you doing, Larry?
I'm doing good. How are you doing this morning, brother?
Hey, guys.
Good morning. Here is night, bro.
Are we still discussing true crime?
Yes.
Yes.
Right now we're discussing true Italian crime.
Yeah, exactly.
John, mine, John, was a true crime. They gave me 1 year and 2 months.
1 year and 2 months.
I just wanted to throw one out there.
Disrespectful in all police.
I've always been fascinated with, again, my hometown. They had a shopping mall called Cloverleaf Mall. You can look this one up. It's fascinating. And they've torn it down since then. But apparently, I was already living in Florida, so I have an alibi. But apparently, in the late '90s, 2 young ladies were closing up a dollar store, and they were in the back room, and somebody came in through the back door of the place and stabbed them both to death. And they never found the guy who. They never found the guy who did it, or girl, whatever. They never found a culprit.
John, John, you know the guy that did it? He's here, bro, in the chat.
Probably. Probably. And they never did find anybody. I was always fascinated with that.
In the process.
And we have some trivia about Virginia.
Oh.
Virginia was the first place that ever could use DNA as evidence in a crime. It was the case. It was the case called the Southside Strangler, and apparently this guy had gotten out of jail for a rape charge, and they had him in a halfway house type situation. And apparently, once he started being allowed to leave for times during the day, he would go out and rape and kill, and they didn't know. And so, even had a friend connected to it because this guy, sadly enough, got a call from his girlfriend and her mother. And while they were speaking on the phone, this guy came in and killed them. Okay. And he was on the other end of the phone, my friend, and got over there as fast as he could because he heard all of it going on through the phone. And as soon as he got there, it was too late, though. They were already dead. And they finally caught this guy called the Southside Strangler. They finally caught him, and it was only through DNA that they were able to pin it on him. You know, it was amazing. And the first time they ever used, first time they were ever able to use DNA like that, you know. And then on a further true crime kick, okay, my favorite true crime story, which is not really that big of a crime, but I told you about, I had a crush on Patty Hearst, right?
Yeah.
The heiress that was taken. And, you know, she was supposed to have been brainwashed into becoming, you know, this terrorist, you know, radical.
Yeah.
Symbionese Liberation Army, right? And my personal feeling is she wasn't as much brainwashed as they say, because, like I said before, she kept the pair of sunglasses she wore in the commission of the robbery. It seems to me if you're that traumatized, you wouldn't want anything to do with it.
Right.
But she gave the glasses. She gave the glasses to John Waters, the director, because he had her in a couple of his movies.
Oh,
so
I forgot that happened. About Patty Hearst in the John Waters films. That's right. Holy shit.
Yeah, and you know, it was 1975, and when the radicals apparently kidnapped her. And, you know, she's the heiress of Randolph Hearst, who had all the newspapers, you know, in San Francisco and shit. And so, you know, they had her for like months and months, and they kept her in a closet and stuff. And, you know, according to her testimony and stuff. And then a couple, you know, everything was just kind of a radical student type thing until somebody got killed when they were committing a bank robbery. So that's when it got serious. And then when they finally caught her, and a couple of the other people involved, you know, they tried to pin her with the robbery, and because there was a manslaughter charge, but she ended up getting pardoned by Gerald Ford. And so she went on about her business and lived her life, or she's still living her life. And so she, next thing you know, she pops up in these John Waters movies, and he was a big fan of her too, apparently. And so she gave him these sunglasses she wore during the robbery. And I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute, you know, if you were really that much of a victim, man, would you have really kept anything from that time? You know, I don't know. That's just me.
Yeah. Yeah. No, here she is. Patricia Hearst and fucking John Waters hanging out.
Yeah. Yeah. And no, he was a big fan, just like I was. I met her like in the early 2000s. She was signing her book. You know, it's pretty cool. And she seemed real nice, you know. She lives in the East Coast now, you know.
Okay.
She was out there in San
It's fascinating to me because John Waters has connections to, and we're deep diving it in the Tattered Map at some point, the Process Church of the Final Judgment. He has connections to that cult, that occult group. And I wonder if maybe Patty Hearst does, or the sect that who was it? The new, who was the name of the people again that fucking kidnapped her?
The Symbionese Liberation Army.
Symbionese Liberation Army. I wonder if it's if that was one of these like repugnant ideology based stay behind groups our government was building. You know what I mean? But that's kind of me getting conspiratorial. But John Waters, man, I didn't even know that. That's probably on the gangplank of Noah's Ark somewhere in my brain. But it's definitely, you know, like that's fucking fascinating. I totally forgot that Patty Hearst and fucking John Waters were homies.
Oh yeah, and you know, he talks about her all the time. She was in one particular Crybaby with Johnny Depp, one of his early movies, and apparently she did a pretty good job. I mean, I've seen the movie. You know, she didn't get a huge role, but yeah, he was a big fan, and and in a campy way. And I was just a weird kid. Like I told you before, I used to dress my grandma's Barbies up like Patty Hearst by putting them in a G.I. Joe uniform and giving them a little machine gun.
It's so cool.
It was badass.
That's so cool. I've got the picture of her with the machine gun for the Liberation Army, like that fucking photo they released to the press of her like fully radicalized. Like I got that pulled up on screen right now, and yeah, man, like she was like, if you were a G.I. Joe kid, I could see how this is right the fuck up your alley, man.
She had the little bandana on and everything, and I didn't have that, but I had the machine gun and I had the G.I. Joe uniform, the khaki, so I put it on Barbie, and she was Tanya now.
Yeah.
And I told her about that too. I said, yeah, you used to scare the shit out of all the other action figures, and she laughed. So I just don't think she was that victimized. Oh yeah. Listen, one other quick thing that was kind of interest to me. The only time I've ever been involved where I was and I don't want you to look at me differently after this because I had nothing to do with it. But
hey, nothing could change the love, John. Nothing.
Okay. Well, I'd gotten in a little trouble for shoplifting back in the 80s. Okay.
Oh yeah.
I got 30 days. I tried to walk out of an Ames department store with a boombox, and it didn't work out very well.
Hell yeah.
So,
that's a really big item to try to fucking steal, man.
Well,
I've seen tweakers successfully steal TVs. I mean, out of a Walmart.
Yeah,
stranger things have happened.
I had a buddy who was supposed to be driving the getaway car, and I get out in the parking lot, and I've got this thing on my shoulder like I'm just jamming, like I walked on out casually, and he's checking his oil in his car, and I'm like, dude, start the car. So they were right behind me, and they nailed me. Well, anyway,
damn.
I get 30 days in the clink, and I'm sitting there, and I meet this dude. And, he seemed kind of gay, and he seemed to think I was cute, and I didn't care. I just wanted a cigarette. So he's feeding me cigarettes, and so I get out and I have an argument with my girlfriend, right? And I'm thinking, where am I going to go? So I call this guy up because he'd given me his number, and I go stay with him. I go stay with the guy for a week, while I'm in this argument with my girlfriend. So next thing you know, I go back with the girlfriend. We work it out. I told the guy I appreciate the time. While we were at his house, okay, he had a tiny little dump, and while we were there, another friend came over who was a big Star Trek fan. So we were watching, at that point, I think there was 4 movies at the time. So we're watching all 4 of the films, and it was a nice guy. And then one day these younger guys come over, and they're really kind of bullies, and they keep calling him like, a fag and give me some money, fag. And he's just like, yeah. And he's uncomfortable. Everybody's uncomfortable. These guys finally leave, and I'm just like, who are they? And he goes, they're just some assholes. I know, some local kids. Right.
Yeah.
So, I don't know what the story was on that, but anyway, I go back to my girlfriend. Okay. Next thing you know, a couple of weeks later, I get a visit from a detective, and he wants to know how well I knew this guy. And I said, not well. We did some time together, and blah blah blah. And he gave me some cigarettes, and the guy says, so you ever let him suck your dick? I said he takes me outside, he comes by my apartment, and he takes me outside, and he says, just need to talk to you. So he asked me this, and I'm like, no, why?
No, what happened? What do you know about him?
Well, what he tells me is that the guy had been murdered, okay, and that's what he's asking me about. So I'm like, oh my God, this guy's name was Johnny. I said, Johnny got killed? What happened? They go, well, you'll have to look at that on the news or whatever. So I checked out the news that night. Apparently the guy was tied to a chair, and the guy that I met who watched Star Trek, they were both tied to chairs and shot through the head. And I'm like, what the fuck, right? So they're coming.
Man.
So they want to know. Apparently, they probably already knew that I didn't do it. Okay, I hope. But they didn't think I did it, but they just wanted to see if I knew. So then they showed me pictures of the guys who I'm talking about that came over that were like bullies,
Yeah.
And I said, yeah, I recognize that dude. I said, he came over while I was staying there. And he goes, okay. And he goes, do you know anything else about him? And blah, blah, blah. And I said, no, I really don't. I didn't even know him. And they treated him like shit. And then they left, and they asked him for money. So I checked out the news that night, and they had all the details. Well, eventually they got these guys, okay, and they gave him, he got life in jail, I think, but they had harassed him, and then they shot him. And I was that's the closest I've ever been to an actual murder, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty heavy, but I didn't have anything to do with it, like I said. I'm so paranoid, man, that, and I mentioned this to you one time, a long time ago. I'm so paranoid a guy that one time, sometimes, you'll watch the news and they'll tell you about a case, like let's say Brian Laundrie, right?
Yeah.
They'll start talking about Brian Laundrie, then all of a sudden it'll just stop and you'll hear nothing else. And if you want to know any more, and they didn't have the internet back then, so you would have to like call the newspaper or at least I did, or call the news and find out if there was any details on this, right?
Yeah.
But something like Brian Laundrie is not a big deal, okay, because it's nationwide. But there was this young girl, like 12, who got kidnapped, and I didn't know whether they ever found her or not. And just one day I had nothing to do. I was like, I wonder whatever happened to that girl. So I called up the local news and I said, hey, whatever happened to that girl? And I said, oh, but listen, I didn't have anything to do with it. I said, in case you haven't found the guy yet, I said, I'll tell you who I am and my address. I said,
just curious. Yeah, just curious.
Yeah, but I didn't want him to get all paranoid. Next thing you know, they're thinking they got a suspect because, he's calling to find out about his dirty work, So I said, can you tell me anything else? Did you ever, because I stopped hearing anything about her. And apparently she was walking home from a skating rink at 11 o'clock at night, which is sad for a 12-year-old girl. Shouldn't have been doing that. But apparently they told me it was the guy, an old pervert in the neighborhood. So they already had him, thank God. I said, oh, thank God, man. I didn't want you to think I was the guy. I just was calling up to hear about this. And they go, oh, no, we got him. But I'm just curious, if they hadn't gotten him, what might they have thought of me? I was so paranoid, man. I was just like, I just want to know.
I just wanted to know. Yeah. The morbid curiosity, man.
The internet.
Yeah.
Well, I'm so glad they have the internet now, because when you want to know something like that, you can just kind of figure it out somehow, look it up,
Hey, you kind of pop in and check it. Oh, hey, no, you're fine, John. Hey, again, I hope I hear from you again today, brother. It's always a pleasure. And hey, I don't look down on you, by the way, for stealing during the Reagan administration. I hope that puts you even higher in my book. Fuck, that would seem to be tough to live through. So
we used to have a scam, man, for my same girlfriend. We would go to a Kmart and she would steal some curtains, okay? And because curtains were expensive, but they were tiny in a bag, and they'd be like $80. And then she would go to the other Kmart and I would take back the curtains, or vice versa, and get the money, while meanwhile one of us was stealing more. And we'd go back and forth a couple of times a day doing that, and just to make some money to live on.
Yeah.
It was shitty, man. But I finally got a job. Everything was cool.
Hey,
that's all, though.
Hey, that's no, hey, not at all. I like kind of opening that. John stories are my favorite. Absolutely, Yaz. Exactly. That's it always reminds me too sometimes of like little things that were unhealthy from my upbringing in youth. Like, my father has a really good term for like, because it's not just in the realm of addiction, but like when you're talking about just all the unhealthy things you used to do or participate in, like stealing or something like that. He calls it stinking thinking. And I
common term,
yeah, I do my best to avoid that stinking thinking too, man. Like there's something about like, because I've also been in a situation where it's like, yeah, we have a specific scam. Like we've figured out what is the highest value and easiest to hide. And we go cash in on that shit. That stinking thinking. You know what I mean? That's like almost goes hand in hand with that kind of like, it's like it becomes its own addiction. Oh yeah,
well,
man.
I
will get bad cocaine cravings, man.
Well, I wasn't trying to rip anybody off one time, but I don't think I mentioned this to you guys, but I mentioned to a guy around here. One time I'm just sitting there catching a buzz with some friends, and I came up with this thought. I was like, how you come up with these weird things when you're buzzed, like, hey, I wonder if, so I was like, I wonder how a change machine detects how much you put into it. Like whether you put a 5 or whether you put a 10 or a 1.
always
Oh
wanted to
yeah,
say-
yeah. No, we did talk. Yeah, with Justin. Yeah. Because Justin, I didn't know this, but I guess back then it has to do with thickness of the fucking paper or something. But you hit one with some paper, with just some straight notebook paper, and got fucking change back.
Yeah, and it worked. It worked in 2 machines, and it didn't work in one of them. Okay, and because we had to have a tiebreaker, you know, and it gave me 4 quarters each time. Okay, even though the machine took 5s and 10s and 1s, it gave me change for $1, and it was just a blank sheet of paper and a cut to the exact form of $1. And I don't know how that works to this day. I still don't know, you know, how the machines read what it is, and I'm sure nowadays it's really complex. But back then, I have no idea, you know, and that's the kind of shit we did. Or I walked out of a Sears with a canoe over my head with a buddy. They walked out of a Sears.
Yeah.
Just a big aluminum canoe. And all we did, because we were fucked up, was we left the canoe in the parking lot. Just wanted to do it, just for the hell of it.
Ooh, I've had so many cousins, and one time an in-law, and a bunch of different people I've been with steal shit while I'm with them. And that shit makes me so, like, I've, like, unintentionally being a part of some shit's the worst. But yeah, I've definitely, like, seen people just fucking throw a flat screen in a fucking cart in a Walmart, take that shit to their car and drive off. Like, what the fuck? And they're like, bitch, I'll beat Madden by the time they catch me. Fuck it.
I was in a drugstore with my girlfriend and one of her friends, and the friend was crotching, you know, female. She was crotching a bunch of makeup. Okay. And, you know, I wasn't doing anything that day, but, you know, on that particular day, I wasn't taking anything.
Yeah.
Well, when we got to the door, the manager comes over and he's going for this chick's pants to try to pull him down. And I said, excuse me. I said, I will get you for defamation of character and slander if you continue with this false arrest. I said, what are you thinking? And he goes, I think she took a bunch of makeup. And I said, well, I think you're wrong. And if you'd like me to pursue this, you know, I can be very litigious. And I was, as much shit as I've done, boy, when I'm acting in the right, I get all indignant, right? And this guy's like, oh, I'm very sorry. Okay, no problem. I'm very sorry. And meanwhile, we get out of the store. I go, did you do something? And she goes, she had a crotch full of fucking makeups. And I felt like an asshole.
Yep.
And so
there's some people that do that, man. They're kleptomaniacs. Like, you can have all the money in the world.
When Az was 14,
they still want to steal something.
Exactly, Garrett. They can't help
They gotta take something, man. Like that's the rush. That's where they get their gets.
Yeah.
You know, and they're real proud of it too.
Yeah.
Hey, she was putting the alarms off the dresses. Remember?
Oh yeah. Hey, Robert Durst had 25 grand in cash in his automobile and stole a $6 sandwich.
Wow.
Like that right there is human nature in a bottle. That right there. Like, but Az real quick in the chat, when she was 14, she made fake dollars and rode the city bus for a month. That's impressive as shit.
Oh.
That's a good grift.
Well, I had a buddy who was staying in a hotel, and I'd seen him off and on, and he shows me what he's doing. He was cutting very carefully the corners off of a dollar bill. And he would take a 10 and he would put the corners of the 10 on the dollar bill. And as long as you left a couple of the corners on, you could still spend the bill. So he would make this fake 10 and he'd go to like a Burger King or a McDonald's when they were really busy. And all they're looking at, they couldn't even tell you what presidents were on the bills. The clerk was just looking at the amount on the corner.
Yeah.
And that logic, that psychology was allowing him to do this over and over again. And he showed me, and he even gave me one of them. And I said, I don't know, I'm kind of scared. So I tried it and it worked. Okay. Well, next thing you know, apparently he comes back from jail. I see him and I'm like, what happened? And he said one of the maids came into the hotel room and had seen the little razor strips of bill and just thought it was some kind of counterfeiting operation going on. So they called the cops, and that's how they got the guy, you know? And I mean, defacing a bill, it's considered counterfeiting, you know?
Yeah.
I was like, wow, that's pretty amazing.
I had a friend that used to draw that Bill Murray on Abe Lincoln.
Okay. Yo, guys, I just finished the jingle. I mean, the intro jingle, the 1 minute. Wanna listen, bro?
I want to hear it real quick. Let me explain it to anybody who just popped in. Zimmy has been commissioned by Discovery Italy to make a jingle.
No, this is just the intro. I have to make others.
Like
a song, and I think they will use this also for like the exit jingle. You know, when the show starts and you listen some music and they put the name of the people, you know, like 1 minute.
I'm thinking of that
Don't
2
know
and a
if you
half
can
men
listen
where
that.
Charlie does that for a living. He's like, save the orphans.
Yeah, it's my dream to do work like that.
How long, guys? In 10 minutes? Less than 10 minutes. Listen. They want it dance, bro.
Oh, that's perfect. Oh, that's perfect. Ooh.
Welcome to Dance Party USA.
Ooh.
Or Italy, actually.
Hey, creepy pony, I can see you.
You can dance to it. I give it 85.
I love that Zimmy. Oh, well, welcome, creepy pony. Feel free to chime in. We're glad to have you, creepy.
Finish. What do you think, guys?
Oh, I love it. That's perfect.
Oh, I think you made that?
Yeah.
Just now in 10 minutes.
He didn't just make that, G-Man. That's going to be on Discovery in Italy. That's going to be on the Discovery Channel.
Really?
Yeah, that's for a show. And I can't wait to watch this show. Ooh. We're going to have to do a watch party, Zimmy, when this show airs.
Oh, yeah, dude.
We're going to have to do a watch party and spam it with love for the soundtrack. That's
Good job, Mario.
That's some good fucking soundtrack work, baby. Ooh, that's my dream. Oh, guys, one thing I love about Zimmy's production style is, again, he's analog for a lot of stuff, and it sounds like you went into digital mediums, but like you're using analog stuff, right?
No, here I did use all digital, bro.
All DAW?
I'm not turning on the gear to make a fucking jingle, you know. This
Yeah.
is like not,
This is a VST job.
I'm using the Arturia stuff, bro. If I show you the plugins I'm using are really good. It's like I'm using the OBX from Oberheim.
Ooh, that's a good VST too. That's primo. Ooh.
The Prophet 5.
Yes.
Prophet 5.
The Prophet
And
5.
I'm using battery 4 from Native Instruments. So.
Did they just use the Prophet 5 on the new John Mayer record? But they use the 80s style?
Yeah, I mean, I do have it. I have the sequential one with 16 voice in the
Ooh!
studio.
Ooh, baby!
You know, this is my home setup, so I put my idea here. So when I go in studio, when I mix, and I have like a real analog shit over there. I mean, these are all analog, the one that you saw, you know. I have the Behringer bass line, I have a Tanzbier, the drum machine, I have a Vermona, another drum machine, I have Lip Loop for the bass, I have a Zero Cost, it's a semi-modular synthesizer. I have the Syncushion is another synthesizer, semi-modular. I have like a rack of modules here. Modular. So with this rack, this one, you can make your own music with this stuff, and also this one because you can patch it. No, I have those spaghetti stuff here, so I can make the sound. You know, I can patch if I want. Like this. This is the oscillator that I remove from here if I don't want like this. This is a square waveform. I want the other waveform. I just put this here, and I go to here to the exit and on the filter. So it changed the sound. So that's like I can
Very cool.
Make my own sound if I want, you know. It's like sound engineering shit, you know, but it's super cool because you can have some sound. I mean, I'm not saying that something new because like the great artists already made everything new, but in the underground music, this is kind of super producer, like the best of the best. Only the really good producer doesn't have their own sound, you know. So you have your own sound.
Yeah,
it's yours. It's like the Zimi pasta.
Exactly.
Zimi pasta. It's
exactly.
Not like
You've changed the game for cooking for me. Oh, real quick, Zimmy, as in the chat, she misses having access to Cubase and she misses making music, and I support as in getting Cubase again, or you know, check out an older iMac for a decent price and get Logic Pro. Logic Pro's pretty solid in my opinion. And then she says Moog Life, baby. I love Moog, Zimmy. I love your Behringer gear. I'm serious. We got to have a watch party when this show airs that you're doing the soundtrack for, and we all got to show some like hella love to it. Because again, nothing makes me happier than y'all's artistic endeavors. Holy shit. And Zimmy's living the life I want to live, guys. Like, that's the job I want. I want to be the guy that adds the Law and Order Jung.
No, this is the worst job you can ever have. Like,
I know, but in America, it's solid.
Get in and you stay at home 2 years, bro.
Yeah.
Bro, sometimes I would pull up some pictures. I did have the Larry haircut at some point.
Oh, hell yeah.
I was getting mad, you know.
Yo, I've also I've shaved my head too. I got really sick once and I shaved my head. I've shaved my head a few different times, but one time I shaved my head when I was sick and I looked bad.
I still have my hair, so I did this like fresh haircut. You know?
I'm loving the fade, brother.
Oh, I was getting boring, bro, because you see, I don't put gel and stuff like that. When it's a bit longer, bro, you need to take care of the shit. Fuck, I don't have time for my haircut.
Yeah, it looks good, Mario.
Yeah, I dig it. Yeah.
It's Mario. Where's Mario?
When he says it, I'm such a food nerd and not a video game nerd that when he says Mario, I think Mario Vitali, and I was like, I was like, oh shit.
Let's be clear. So Larry called me Mario now. Actually, Mario in Italy is a fat guy. You know what? He's a fat, and a really small one, very fat. You know, mustache.
Yeah.
Mustache. So you don't look like Mario, man. Like, you really think I'm Mario? So let's ask to the chat. Type 1 if you think I'm Mario.
Well, you could be Luigi.
Oh,
you could be the brother.
Yeah, but Luigi is a tall one, the skinny one. I mean, I'm skinny, but I'm not tall, so I'm not Luigi. But you are exactly the same. You are Larry, man. Like,
boy, I've gotten some weird ones. I haven't gotten told I look like anybody since I've moved to Arizona. It's weird. Like, not from any Arizonans. Arizonans have just been nothing but nice and never say I look like somebody, which is weird. I haven't heard them say that to anybody passing, so I'm hoping at some point.
It's crazy that you live in the same state that Jody's currently, where she killed her ex.
oh my God, I know.
Yeah,
bro.
yeah. I want to go visit her. I want to go visit her.
Love with the Jody.
I'd love to do an in-person interview.
You are so obsessed about Jody. Coming up, you see, bro, in the TV? Jody case in loop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
It got that way for me with Molly Golightly there for a minute. Hey, did you guys hear today? There is a little bit of new Brian Laundrie speculation from WFLA. There's speculation.
Briefly saw that.
Bullshit, you mean?
Well, they're speculating that the feds are now going up to the Appalachian Trail, which means, in my opinion, they are further away from catching him than they have ever fucking been, and this will probably sizzle out with no resolution for a while. I'm putting money, though, it's going to sizzle with no resolution.
They did waste more than 1 month on the swamp, and now they want to go search him in the Appalachian.
Yeah. Man, what I loved about the first...
this story...
viral story we covered on the channel was a story about Elizabeth Cook, and what I loved about it is she was already in jail, like when the story popped off. Like the suspect was already in jail, and it was like basically the first story we covered on this channel was this like tweaker lady in St. Louis who broke into a car. Oh yes.
You see those bags up here, dude? See those bags here? Those are full of records.
Oh fuck!
Don't have space on that shit.
Oh shit! It's too full, baby. we got to do a mix or a spin or something together sometime. It'd be sick. I want to dig through your records. I need to at some point try to get my stash of records.
I have some of your. It's like Mark. I have some of your records. Good one, like houses.
I want to show you at some point. I left them in Arkansas, but I have a collection of vinyl records that are fucking weird. I have some weird ones. I have this one that's like, it's just the theme park music from Branson, Missouri in the 80s.
The fuck?
It's weird. It's like Silver Dollar City and stuff like that. Like I've got another weird, just some weird kind of overseas pressings that are like I've kind of found in nooks and crannies of the world at this point. And my grandfather left me a whole bunch of records. At one point, I had a room probably the size of the one I'm in, mostly full of records. Like I think I sold off individually like 8,000 records.
Bro, you can't sell the record, bro. Why you sell the vinyls, bro?
Well,
vinyls is forever. It's like diamonds.
I had too many to logically store or take care of anymore. It got to the point they were getting damaged. So what I did was I went through and I kept like I have like I have some like everything that was like duplicate or like I had some stuff where it's like I had 4 copies of it.
Bro, you see over there, bro, that is like the one I had over there is all the minimal and techno collection like of all the time from like 90, 92 since now, bro. But now I only buy like a few artists, you know, because when you start you don't really understand what's going on, so you try to buy everything, but since you grow up your taste tend to change.
Right.
And you when you start producing music, you get into the music and you start choosing, okay, this I don't like it, this is like more what I like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I went from all the type of music. Like I started with the house, and after we went to the techno, and after the techno we went to the minimal, and from the minimal we went to the deep house, and then the digital take over the tech house that I think is the worst music ever. And after the tech house, it started again,
I don't like it either.
The house, and now it's kick on the electro, the old electro from 90.
Yeah, that's
a lot of people like
coming back in a hard way.
Yeah, I mean they change a little bit of the sound, so it does match the taste of those days. Like back in the time, the electro was made with the 909, you know. With the hi-hat really open the decay, you know, so it was like pretty annoying. It was doing like so now they make it a little bit close, or like they do it with the 808 that does have a different sound, you know. Sound is smoother, is smaller, so it doesn't sound like old, you know. The other sound are from the 90s, so are pretty old. They just change the groove.
They just change. Special guest and I like to joke around about the electronic genre jungle. We sometimes we'll make jokes that we only spin jungle. Like we only spin jungle, baby. It's only jungle beats. Do you remember jungle? Did that pop off in Italy? In America, it got popular as shit in the 90s, mid 90s.
The jungle, but I was, bro. I think I born, but
I was a baby too when that shit happened. Real quick in the chat, Az says that when she had served some time, everybody said she looked like a doppelganger of the Craigslist killer. So I pulled up here, Miranda the Craigslist killer, and Az. That is hilariously tragic that they said that. That is unfortunate as shit. Holy shit. It would be so weird. I bet you.
Oh my god.
You know half the girls saying that to her too, or trying to sneak into her bunk, dude. Oh man.
Let me check this one, bro. Because I'm watching YouTube. And
I can kind of see it as how you I can definitely see it for sure. Man, it sucks. There's times I've like if I wear like jeans and a denim shirt and like I have my hair pulled back or something, I'll look just like Edmund Kemper. Like just like Edmund Kemper. Like
That's amazing.
Fucking just like Edmund Kemper.
Look at Gary laughing. Gary, you are the one that can't laugh about like the how the people looks like. You are exactly the same.
It's dude.
You
I
are
will.
one of my favorite actors. You know.
Dude, I will look. Yeah, but I'll look just like a serial killer. It's bad. Like I'll if I trim my mustache. Girl, damn.
Oh, bro, but
yeah.
listen, bro,
I really like
the one that you.
A got her clout in
David
prison.
Koresh.
Fuck yeah.
That was really funny too, David Koresh.
Oh yeah, I've been told David Koresh recently. My
Yeah.
favorite was one of my first TikToks when I got out to Arizona. I made a TikTok of me like writing a song. If you guys follow MURKradio on TikTok, if you go back far enough, I used to just post like kind of quick cuts of how I would make a song and how like the different instruments I'll play on it. And there's one where the first comment was, "This motherfucker looks like Ned Flanders." And I was unintentionally dressed like Ned Flanders. And I felt so seen. I was like, oh shit, I do look like Ned Flanders in this. I guess I should just embrace it. Oakley dokley, I said. But yeah, apparently that hey, looking like the Craigslist killer got as clout in prison. Hey, I would straight up claim that I was this lady. If people were like, you look like her, I'll be like, I am her. Give me your cornbread.
Yeah, right.
Give me that food.
Give me that commissary.
Give me that shit. Ned Flanders Band. That's such a good band. Oakley dokley. Oakley dokley is like a metal band, but they're all dressed as Ned Flanders. And it's a Ned Flanders band. If you guys know what I'm talking about, you've seen Oakley dokley. Hold on. Here they are.
Yo,
this band is
Mark,
made up of Ned Flanders.
When you're gonna take a break, I wanna cook some pasta. I wanna make pasta all'arrabbiata.
Ooh.
You know the super chili sausage.
Ooh.
Take note of that. I
Well,
should start eating more healthy.
Here in 30 minutes, we're at the end of the shift, and we can do a Cooking with Zimmy 3. I can bring the stream down and pop you up, but we can do a cooking stream today. Absolutely.
Do it.
Here in about, give us another 32 an hour, if that's possible. We'll bring this stream down and give you we'll do Cooking with Zimmy 3. I think I've done Cooking with Zimmy 2. Now we're gonna do Cooking with Zimmy 3.
Yeah. I need to do the same plate that they you remember they did cook down your stream, so I don't remember what I cook.
Oh, it was a pasta Florentine. And it was some shit I fucking
No, there was like bruschetta.
With the fresh tomatoes. You made bruschetta, yeah. Ooh.
Did you take down the lemon?
The lemon one's great.
With the lemon and botarga.
I'll do that with
fish egg.
Yeah. I'll do that, but instead of fish egg, just a little bit of grated Parmesan or something, and that's a good time. That's a good time. Whoa! And the Craigslist killer were both from Alaska. That's fucking crazy. Ooh, pasta alla. Ooh, I'm excited. I'm always excited, man. But yeah, let's say when this stream, let's say closer to 11 o'clock, we'll probably we'll probably 11 o'clock my time. I don't. Again,
Sandra,
I don't know what time it is for everybody else.
Carbonara need a real chef to make. Like, she want the proper carbonara because they use egg and stuff. I mean, I don't like it, but it's pretty famous. I think
Yeah.
USA people would love it, bro.
Yeah, USA people love a carbonara. That's for sure. Lux wants a carbonara. I'll have to learn. We'll have to do
Yo,
that.
we should invite Chandra. Wonder what kind of bruschetta she made with the balsamic glaze. Like,
Oh, yeah.
okay, this is like a revisitation of my
Yeah.
bruschetta.
Yeah,
I
as-
do it like the old style, like Tuscany bruschetta with garlic, a little bit of garlic,
Yeah.
tomato, and
Ooh.
basil. Basil, you say basil?
Basil. Yes. Yes. Same business. Boy, hey, your method of blanching that basil. Wee! That was some. I'll tell you, the way Zimmy adds. It's just so fresh. I don't fuck with canned or jarred sauce anymore. I just can't. I don't. I refuse.
I mean, like the carbonara is pretty good, the one that Chandra wrote in the chat, but there is like super heavy. Like,
Yeah,
it's
cheesy.
like a lot of fat. Like, yes, like.
Yeah,
I know it's not cream in carbonara, but it's the egg in carbonara.
a lot of proteins bonding.
No, Christy is not the normal fish egg, because Christy, she thinks that we're talking about like caviar. It's not caviar. It is. Let me write here and you check.
Yeah, but no, you can really eat fish eggs. Like it's, yeah. I mean, I think it's kind of
This
salty,
one.
but he's got. It's like a cured.
Well, no, listen, Mark, we have to try the botarga, bro. The pasta I did with the lemon and botarga. It's like, bro, that is a 3-star Michelin dish.
See, that's the pasta you did with the botarga. Check this out. I did it with. I'll do the same thing, just with a little bit of Parmesan, because it's hard to get seafood sometimes where I'm at.
Okay, yeah, you can do I mean, in the pasta I do, usually Italians, they do put like Parmesan. I don't put it because I can't eat cheese, because I'm allergic to the how we say, to the milk.
Oh,
All the
lactose
milk
intolerant
they
and stuff.
make.
Oh, gotcha.
I'm
Yeah,
allergic.
but I'm gonna try to get like I've done that pasta a few different times, and Lux and I want to go get like a plank of salmon or something. Like we want to do a seafood with it. Like it's a perfect pasta for seafood. Perfect. It smells like the sea when you're making it, because of the pasta water and the fresh parsley, and you have the crushed garlic in there. Like it's fucking perfect. Light but substantial. It's like a healthy meal.
But listen, the pasta I do usually is mean to use Parmesan,
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I don't use it because it goes very high with the calorie. How you call the calorie when it's like it becomes like really strong dish.
Yeah. It gets yeah, absolutely.
Stay light. I want light stuff.
Yeah. That's yeah, exactly. That's what I like about that the pasta you did with the botarga. Like it's again, I just want to lightly sear like a salmon to medium done and serve it with some salmon. You know what I mean? Like just a piece of seafood, just any kind of seafood. I normally don't do shellfish because I'm Jewish, but I'll mess with some salmon, boy. I love salmon. I might go grill some salmon.
What you cannot eat because you're Jewish?
Shellfish, pork. There's different dietary restrictions depending on what holiday.
I don't like pork, but I mean some stuff, or like the Italian salami and stuff like this are really good. There's maybe with pork, but
yeah. Well, hey, I do eat pork occasionally. I do. A lot of the reason my people didn't eat pork was there wasn't. This was before the advent of antibiotics, and it used to be dangerous to eat pork.
let me say something to Chandra. Chandra, you should try the salmon boil in how we say with the when the water boil and the air comes off. How is it called?
Oh, steam.
Air fry, right? Yeah, that one.
Air frying.
And also with the vegetables made the same way. That is super healthy.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Steaming.
The salmon, the industrial salmon, guys, is not very healthy because they does give antibiotic.
Yep.
So you need to choose the salmon.
Poaching.
They don't give antibiotic the last 6 months, So you need to ask where you buy the fish.
Yeah.
Sure, guys. Is you ask to the guy, the people that sell the fish over there, if the fish was give antibiotic the last 6 months. If they have give, don't buy it, because in the future you may have some problems, and this antibiotic, when you get antibiotic, it does affect you like nothing,
Yeah.
It's not healthy to get the fish full of antibiotic.
Yeah, Steve.
Antibiotic, how you say in English, bro? How you say?
But I think poaching salmon is look. Recently, I watched a Mythical Kitchen episode on YouTube where they break down and they try out the different ways that people swear by cooking a steak, and what they determined was sous vide, sear it while basted, so with garlic, thyme, and butter, and do that shit to medium. But salmon, I do that shit. I like to sear it to medium or just grill it to medium. I'm sorry you're sick, Christy. Hey, everybody send positive vibes toward Christy out there in the chat. She's still working through that COVID, and we're gonna get her wrapped up in a limited edition Merktis hoodie because she won the raffle, baby. All the super chats enter you to win the raffle, baby. Well, hell, I'm pumped, guys. Fucking food. Definitely like some game changers from Zimmy lately. Like, I just cook everything a little different now. But the other day, again, like, I do mess with pork every now and then, even though I am Jewish. Like, I got some Italian sausage from the butcher down the road, and I did like a tomato sauce like Zimmy would do.
It's different when you make it, though.
Yeah.
I told you, like, it's different because also people try to smash the tomato before they put it on the fire,
Exactly.
And it does change the taste, bro. You can try it.
Exactly.
Like, just smash the tomato, and after you put and cook it. It's different when you smash it and it's cooking, because it does release very slow. I don't know, bro, why, but they have a different taste.
Yeah, and I did exactly, I rendered the tomatoes down like you do. But first in the pan, I seared and kind of cooked the Italian sausage a little bit, cut it open, and then started rendering down the tomatoes and kind of blended in the Italian sausage with it just to have some meat there. And boy, was that fucking good!
Yeah.
It felt like a $100 goddamn spaghetti plate, which is weird.
Yeah, but remember, guys, the sauce give to the dish the taste.
Yeah.
So if you make a good sauce, you're gonna have a good dish. If the sauce is like it's not gonna have, you will never have a good dish. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you can eat it, but it's not like it's a different game.
Yeah.
So today we're gonna make pasta all'arrabbiata. I don't have the penne, is the small one, but I will use other pasta. This is a spicy one for those that like the spicy.
Hell yeah. That sounds perfect. I'm down to learn some spicy stuff, man.
Very spicy.
Yeah. That's being near a place that you can get fresh salmon is one of the best things in the fucking world. When I was in Northern California for a bit, some of the people I was camping with would bring in like fresh salmon, we'd grill it up, and that was some of the best times in the fucking world. I love fresh salmon. That's good. But yeah, that's so sweet of Az. Yeah, Az and Christy hook up.
And I post okay, so the penne all'arrabbiata is this. So let me get from the Wikipedia for you guys, and let me copy this.
Hey, while we're kind of wrapping into the show, guys, I kind of want you diehards to let me know which of the themes would work best for tomorrow. Wednesday will either be entertainment news or paranormal. Thumbs up for paranormal, smiley face for entertainment. Just let me know in the chat, let me know in Discord, let me know anything you know. Again, thumbs up for paranormal, smiley face for entertainment. Whatever, I want that to be our consistent Wednesday theme. I'm got a feeling maybe Wednesday would be good for paranormal news. Maybe hop into some of maybe make it like a weird Wednesday. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, let me hop here. Let me grab this real quick, Sammy. Thumbs. Gotcha. With Paranormal Wednesday. Gotcha. Because I was looking earlier and I was like, well, I haven't really left any place for paranormal discussion. But with the penne.
So I'm going down to set up for the cooking, okay?
Hell yes. Beautiful. Very excited.
And when we're ready, we can stream it, okay?
Hell yeah. That sounds perfect. I'll here in probably 30, we're gonna round down this and then we'll pop open a cooking with Zimmy.
I'm gonna be online with you guys down. I'm gonna prepare the stuff. I just need to pull up to bring down the computer,
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
5 minutes.
Okay. All right, I'm seeing thumbs. I'm seeing thumbs up. It looks like we're gonna have a weird Wednesday. We're gonna have Wednesday woo woo. Yeah, we're gonna have that Wednesday woo woo. We're gonna get weird with it. We're gonna get wild with it tomorrow. Then I'm liking the idea of a paranormal day, man.
Hell yeah.
Allows us to kind of speculate, get into it. We can talk about cryptids. We can talk about ghosts. We can talk about anything. It'll be our first Wednesday woo woo. And weird Wednesday. Yeah, damn straight. Yeah, we can get we'll solidify into topics, but let's just say tomorrow we're just going to say broad paranormal. We'll just do a broad business for us Murkies. We're going to feel it out. We'll do Wednesdays weird then. We'll keep Monday entertainment. We'll make Wednesday the weird day. Thursday conspiracy day. And Friday we're going to recap and raffle, baby. Okay. I like y'all's vibe. I like the way that flows, babies. Weird Wednesday woo woo. All things weird. Yeah, all things weird. I want your weird stories too. Like, did you encounter a bump in the night that maybe bumped back at you? I have a weird story that might not be paranormal, but it started off feeling awful paranormal. I can talk about the saga of Miss Humphreys tomorrow, a longtime hotel resident that stayed so long at a hotel she was there 3 years after I quit and came back. So, I like to describe Miss Humphreys as the only bump in the night that I've smoked a cigarette with. And truly spooky human. Yeah, all about the woo. Yeah, no, we'll get weird with it. And I know you guys like that. And what better day than Wednesday, man, to really dip our toes into some paranormal. I'll really meditate this evening on, during the swing shift, during cooking with Zimmy and stuff. If you guys want to drop your paranormal suggestions again, like I'll start building days, building themes for shows, man, where that'll be the broad topic. Even though we do like to derail here, which is fine.
Woo Woo Wednesday is going to be the best.
It's going to be fun, man. Conspiracy Thursday, which again, I don't have a clever name for Conspiracy Thursday. It's going to be fun as shit too. Because our first one is LSD. Thursday, the topic is LSD.
Ooh,
yeah,
okay.
It's the broad topic. Everybody's asked about MK. They want to hear from special guests. Thursday's when we're going to do the Tattered Map. It's going to be a 2-hour program after our day show, where the first hour him and I talk, and then the second hour we open it up for conversations with y'all, and really dip into let you guys ask special guests the questions that you might have after hearing what he's had to say, because there's some stuff that maybe I didn't get him to expound upon, and maybe moved right through because him and I are dear old friends, and can move through. I'll move through conversation sometimes. Maybe we're talking like the Flash, you know. Ooh, chasing the woo. I love that. Chasing the woo. Yeah, we could do some serious paranormal investigations, guys. I want to do some tarot shit tomorrow if possible, or whatever. Whatever, you guys got something in the realm of the mystical you want to show off? Wednesday is your time. I want to talk about it. I want to see it. I want you to do it. I don't want a reading on myself, though. I want to talk about other people. I don't. I love y'all, but I don't. I'm a scared old Jewish person. Deep down.
You're a superstitious old Jewish person.
Yeah. 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 Yeah, but yeah, we're going to go deep about MK on Thursday for sure. And then tomorrow we can also hit it up if we want to talk about astral projection or like the things the government did to fucking, you know, hell, we could pull up the old Unsolved Mysteries clip where they, old government, old military people talk about like, nah, they sat me in a bed and made me a fucking remote view. You know, hell yeah, excited for tomorrow. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I like that. I like that that's, you know, again, I wanted to wait till the end of the show and get you diehards and see what you guys were feeling for Wednesday. Sometimes, you know, you get bigger views in the morning when you have kind of that trending title. It's a True Crime Tuesday, so this one will always probably bring in a certain amount of, you know, new people, but I wanted to hear from y'all. I wanted to know what you guys in the Discord and stuff said. I didn't want to reach out. I wanted to do it on stream. I wanted to know in the moment. It's the season of the woo. It is. Is that a Wu-Tang song? Because it should be Season of the Woo. They should do I don't know. Something called Season of the Woo. Or they should make a Wu-Tang film called Season of the Woo. I don't know, another one. Oh, no reading for me unless it's a talk with my dad. Deal with it, law. Yeah, let's talk about the Gateway Project. Yeah. We'll get into it. Let's do it. Let's talk about straight up. Let's talk about astral projection. Remote UR. Yeah, word. That's fascinating to me. I do believe in that kind of thing. I have no reason not to. You guys know me. I put the black and white in front of me and also take into account speculation and try to meet in the middle. And maybe I'm a little biased towards whatever the fuck was on Unsolved Mysteries in the 90s, but I'm pretty convinced. I mean, if our government put our tax dollars into it, there's something there. Gotta be. Not that they haven't wasted our tax dollars before.
Chandra said I'm a remote viewer, so tomorrow what we're going to do is I'm going to have her try to remote view over here, and I want her to tell me what my cat is doing.
Oh, I don't want to do testy things. I don't want to tell. We're not here to test people's abilities. Not like that.
All she has to say is, she's laying down. Yes.
No.
Yeah,
no. Right. I want her to tell me. I want her to tell me where. I want her to fucking remote view into maybe like where Brian Laundrie's body might be, or I want her to remote view into Shane Dawson. I want to know what Shane Dawson's up to. Remote view, see if we can't telepathically reach out to Molly Golightly again.
You're saying body, so you must be pretty confident that he's dead, huh?
Yeah, I'd put money on it. I'd put money on it. I mean, they can't find him. So again, I think left out to the elements.
Right.
I think a lot about karma and the way things can roll back. And, you know, he took himself out into the elements and the elements probably got him. If he didn't get himself. That's just my money, what my money's on. Because again, we know he's not an actual outdoorsy person. Motherfucker lived in the van.
Yeah. Right.
Hell yeah, 8-day trippers off tomorrow. Free to get weird. Fuck yeah. My end game with my skills in life is working for the government as a spy. Goddamn right, that'd be sick. I want in that Men Who Stare at Goats program. Straight up, that'd be sick. I love that. That's a cool end goal. It'd be, you know, I mean, we put money into it, so there's got to be something there. Gotta be something there. But, you know, I'd rather maybe pop into a fucking, maybe talk about, I don't know, maybe one of these fucks that's on trial for killing fucking Arbery, dude. Like,
Right.
I don't, you know.
Fucking racist.
Yeah, like what's life like for them in jail right now? Like, it'd be cool to ask remote
Probably
viewers
not
something like
that
that.
bad, because they had a lot of connections to the police.
Probably locked the
That's
fuck
why
down.
they were getting away with so much.
Yeah, probably locked the fuck down. I love but I love that character type. I need Arianthe on deck tomorrow too. We're gonna do, let's get woo-woo with it. Let's get weird. Let's get paranormal. She's my resident go-to expert on it, and I need it. Because I don't, you know, I'm just gonna let you guys kind of take the reins on where we go with it. I'm gonna find maybe a broad topic in the paranormal to kind of start us off tomorrow. But yeah, Christy, I don't think he's alive. I just don't. There's no fucking way. No. Oh, she went through through a youth program for MK. Yeah, you know, I actually pretty convinced I slept with the girl that was a Monarch runoff. Like an Operation Monarch runoff. I mean, she had like a death's head tattoo and a butterfly tattoo, and it was batshit nuts. Definitely two people. So I definitely, you know, that's out there, and the internet does its best to try to scrub that kind of fucking testimony. So let's fucking bait them. Let's fucking make it seem woo woo, and fucking let's talk about it. Let's get it out there. We all know they deplatformed Alex Jones, which, while he does do despicable weird shit and mostly sell vitamins, he was occasionally right, and kind of an important person to have around and for culture, I think. Yeah, man. That, to round things back to the reason for the season today, this Arbery trial. I hadn't seen that video that we watched together of the actual crime being committed, and that's fucking spooky. And, you know, just want to touch back on police reform, because it's something I've been kind of passionate about for a while now. It is a fucking problem, and is going to stay a fucking problem until, you know, more of us build that are down to culturally put the kibosh on that kind of behavior and make sure we don't pass it to our youth. You know. Yeah, House Monarch. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, see, I'm very familiar with that situation. That shit seems wild. That shit seems wild. Brian's dad getting sued by a protest. Oh, Christy. I mean, yeah. I mean, there's probably someone trying to open litigation because he removed a sign, but probably get thrown out. I mean, I don't see that going anywhere. There's an entire documentary being filmed right now about the program I went through. Now it's Crimes Against Humanity. Yeah, it is. It is Crimes Against Humanity. Again, the woman I think that I had experience with that's a Monarch runoff was an incredibly broken person mentally, like incredibly broken mentally, and that's just, you don't, you know. Let's see here. Let's see if we can't find. There we go. Square us up a sample for the end of the show, baby. I would want to spy on the government rather than for them. That's the same job, Debbie. Only one way to get in that fucking file, and that's to be working there. So, I mean, if you want to spy on the government, you better be working for the government, or they're just gonna waterboard you. I mean, you know, you gotta play the game to win it. You got to gotta buy that scratch off, baby. Gotta gamble. But I'm interested to see a Monarch documentary. I've seen a few different things like news footage and stuff like that, where there's, you know, different people giving their testimony on having been a Monarch runaway. But that's one of those that it's like I'm hella convinced something's fucking crooked with that, and they used our tax dollars for it, you know. I think they are suing for the sign as a way to make the laundries talk. They have to appear in court. I don't think there's really probably even a story behind it. I think it's probably just a kook suing them for moving a sign that wasn't technically on their property or whatever. But again, I think it's just people reaching for a story. I don't think it'll actually be consequential in the long run of this as a whole in any way. The sign thing. It reeks of, you know, something sizzling out. It reads like that, you know what I mean? Holy shit, the minute you told us about that program, your internet got cut. Yep. I'm telling you, I think there's something to it. I think there's something to that. I think they probably monitor people like Yaz, and you know, God forbid you have some kind of fucking somebody comes up to you someday and says, Mickey Mouse pancakes, and you fucking kill the president or something. I don't know. That shit gets crazy. Like, the speculation on what the potential is for those kinds of programs is what always scares me. Especially, like, having talked about repugnant ideology, like special guests and I have. You know, it's like they could be going anywhere. Where's the X-Files music? That'll be in play tomorrow. I'll get the soundboard out tomorrow. We'll go heavy with it. We'll let's
that name.
Yeah, let's investigate some paranormal. But man, such a good show. Such a good show. Vince Gilligan occasionally writing his nuts off, as always. You know, I don't think that dude writes any other way than nuts off. You know, you know, everybody saw Breaking Bad.
Oh yeah,
you know, that's
my favorite TV show ever.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one. I haven't seen Better Call Saul, but I know Angel loves Better Call Saul, and yeah, the woman who sued Brian's dad has numerous arrests for DV. It's such a shit show, says Zombie. Yeah, I just that whole side story again. Back to the sign. It reeks of just people pulling. That's just reaching. It's the media doing what it do. It reaching. It's
Better Call Saul, man, is bad.
You know, I watched it, I think the first season and a half before I kind of fell off, and it's not, it didn't fall off because of the show's quality or writing or anything. It just wasn't my vibe at the time.
It's not breaking. If you're looking for it to be a Breaking Bad repeat, it's
Christy, I prefer the UK version of Shameless, but the US Shameless owes me fucking money for goddamn pulling so accurately parts of my life. I've been both Fiona and Lip, and it's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Like, they owe me money. Like, there's things where it's like, bitch, those are my secrets, and you're putting it on fucking TV. I don't know how the fuck they know that about me. Nah, I'm just kidding. But it for real. I love the UK series Shameless, and the Showtime US series Shameless is also really good. It's just more misanthropic and kind of, you know, that's one that hits a little closer to home for me, the US version, because I'm like, I've been Fiona, I've been US Fiona, I've been US Lip. You got a house full of fucking children. No parent around, you know. A parent that's abusing substances is always a tough one, too. That show shines a light on what that's actually like, honestly. That's the closest representation I've seen to having a parent that's not functional because they're loaded. And, you know, I'll always love that show for that, you know, giving a realistic, humorous take on it, too, because when you're in the moment, you can't help but sometimes laugh at the bitch that's passed out on the floor. Like, you know what I mean? Like, is your life a dumpster fire? Yeah, but I mean, we all have established this as a community. Like, sometimes, yeah, the only way to face adversity or struggle is to laugh. Try to find some enjoyment in the moment.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, it's a Zoom fucking court thing for $40. Yeah, again, it's not even worth mentioning. The fucking sign thing. I thought so. It reeked of that. It reeked of like not even a clue. Like, that's not even a spicy nothing. That's that burnt potato chip at the bottom of the bag. Like, you know you've eaten too many chips today, but you're still gonna eat that chip. That's that bottom of the bag chip. But we're going to I'm going to keep on top of trending true crime, and that's going to be the reason for the season on Tuesdays now. Like, I do like American Horror Story, Christy. I've seen up through Apocalypse. I've seen a few episodes of 84, but I haven't seen into the newer stuff. I don't care for the second season, and the witch season. The last episode was the best one and made me want to watch more, but it was the last episode of that, so I feel like sometimes Ryan Murphy's hit or miss with American Horror Story, and sometimes it reeks of writing from the hip, like he's shooting from the hip, like he's just like, then this happens, and this happens, and this happens, and this happens. Make it happen, you know? Yeah. Handmaid's Tale, my baby mama watched that. I don't know if that played into the divorce, but she left me after that show came out. I'm just kidding. There's season 1 of American Horror Story is Emmy Award worthy. I could listen to old Jessica Lange talk about cicadas buzzing and mint juleps all fucking day. Leatherman, the genuine fright, Dylan McDermott's performance in season 1 of American Horror Story. Boy, this shit got me. My mom signed away her parental rights to the state and allowed them to do whatever they wanted to me at 12 years old, says ass. Holy shit! To the government. The same people that lose how many thousands of children in CPS a year? Jesus. That's rough as. That's rough as. Just so you know, we'd never turn you over into the government. The Murkies. I'm not turning you into the government. I'll help you hide from them. They try to portray Anton LaVey as a baby killer or some shit. Oh, Apocalypse? You're talking about zombie? Yeah, American Horror Story Apocalypse. They do their own kind of fantastical take on Anton LaVey. He showed up and is like, you know. You alright, Lux? Oh yeah, that from As. That's, I couldn't imagine having, you know, I've been flipped between parents. You know, like I've had one parent give up custody and give it to the other one before. I couldn't imagine. You're just the states now. You know, they never even did that with my sister, who, as I've like talked about on the show before, like she had bipolar schizophrenia and she's a habitual felon. And never got the proper defense, but was never given over to the fucking state, and I'm sure that was probably a fucking option. But I don't know. My mom also begged the state for help, and they didn't do anything. They didn't give a fuck. So, part of me wonders if Az was, you know, maybe marked from a young age to be in some kind of program. What's The Handmaid's Tale, says Christy. It's a show. It's a show. IMDb's got everything you need on that. It's a show. It's like a side. It's like a dystopia. I couldn't even really describe it that well. I don't watch it. It's what I have seen of it is fucking great. I don't know. Wasn't really my vibe. I don't think it's kind of like a Kings of Leon song. Like, that's not for me. That's for someone else, and that's okay. It's not that it's not good, is that it's not for me. I don't know if you guys know I feel that way about Kings of Leon, but that's, songs made by a man for a woman, and I don't like them. It's not that it's bad. It's just not for me. Wrong demographic, man. Could you imagine a room full of Rush fans at a Kings of Leon concert? Probably not happening. It's probably like wives, girlfriends that brought those dudes, As much as I want to tell you guys more every single time I mention it, my phone goes haywire and shuts off reboots, having to sign back in, so maybe in a private message. Yeah, feel free to private message me that, and if you're having phone issues, don't worry too much about it. Again, I'm from a wild family too on this end, so you're saying it to a character that's probably known to that infrastructure. Sorry. I'm sorry for this end of it, and I'm sorry you've had to go through your end of it. That's no fucking good. No fucking good. Have I seen Power? I have not seen Power yet, Debbie Moore. I have not. Things I'm catching up on right now. Got a whole list of required viewing. I'm doing this show now, so I'm gonna start doing, I'm gonna start keeping up with what's trending and stuff like that. Just making sure I'm watching the relevant new things as they come out. But I'm also a hell of a nerd, so most of my private watching kind of goes to music or fucking documentaries. I watched a shitload of documentaries. They just released a new season of The Movies That Made Us, and it's all horror movies on Netflix. It's the fucking best. Oh, Power's addictive. I'll have to check it out. I love a good addictive series, man. One that keeps you drawn in. Season 1 of Empire was like that for me, and you guys know I love stuff like that. Yep.
It just kind of sucked after that.
Yeah, it just kind of went weird after that. Although I will say it had some banger tracks show up. Like I love that they had Timbaland producing on that show, like the music. So you get some random Timbaland beats, some Missy Elliott beats. Yeah,
the other series you were talking about, the movies the shows that made us. The Freddy Krueger episode was really, really good.
I watched that last night. Yeah, I love it.
Awesome.
I love it. I also just love the way they edit those Netflix, like the movies or the toys or the whatever that made us. It's the same production house, but they have like a sense of humor. So when somebody says something that disputes it, it's like they almost interrupt the person with like no, that didn't happen. Like, oh, so-and-so says that didn't happen. It's a pretty quirky good show. But Freddy Krueger, the Nightmare on Elm Street one was great. Like that's the one I watched last night, and it was fucking. We're unfortunately don't have Wes Craven around to kind of talk about it, but he started his. I didn't realize he had started his film career in his 30s.
Yeah.
So anybody out there who maybe it's your dream to fucking create or make a movie, you're never too old. Don't listen to industry standards. That's bullshit.
I would love to do that.
Some of the best creators were outside of industry statistical standards. So just no matter what you want to do, if you think you can do it, fucking do it. If you want to do it, go do it. But we got Zimmy set up, boy. Hey, that means it's time. It's about lunchtime on this end anyway.
Bro, we got
better be something good.
Yeah.
Better be entertaining.
Oh boy.
This is pennoni. These are like usually when you go and you buy the pasta, it's like this,
Yeah.
This one is not good. You know why? Because it had those lines here. You see?
Oh, penne. Okay.
So, when you boil it, it doesn't boil correct, because this part, the outside, is gonna melt.
Oh.
Those are the commercial one. the most used one.
Gotcha.
Actually, when you go like in a really good restaurant, I mean, this is a little bit big, but they have those that are.
Ooh. Ooh, more of an artisan penne. I love it. Ooh, go for that rough textured, that rough pasta.
Yeah, so if you have a chance, you find the even the small one, okay? Because it's small, but are like this, you know.
Yeah.
It's not how I can say it. These have these lines. Those lines, when you put it on the boil, when you boil it, it melts. So it doesn't boil correct, you know. So these are like small things, but these are the professional one. If you go like in a really good restaurant, they don't have this one with the lines.
Gotcha. Okay. Damn. Oh, the cat knows what time it is too. All right, gang. I'll be back here in just a second. We'll go live again with Cooking with Zimmy Part 3, baby.
All right.
I'll be right back.
Pasta arrabbiata.
Ooh.
Spicy one. The spicy. We're gonna put these, bros. They're gonna burn this pasta.
Oh. I want that spice. All right. Be right back, gang. Hey, and again, thank all of you out there. What's up, cat? The cat also thanks you guys. Want to shout out BARKBOX and Atlas VPN for giving us an exclusive deal for you Murkies. We still have that double stuffed October BARKBOX, and you might score a webcam off of it if it's your first time subscribing to BARKBOX. We've also got a deal for Atlas VPN. If you don't have a VPN, you need one. You should worry about your online security and digital footprint. And if you want to maybe check out Canadian Netflix, which is better than American Netflix, you can do it for $136 a month. Ooh, I got it cheap as hell for y'all. I got it down to under $2. So again, link in description. We also have the merch store going on. It's not necessarily a free merch raffle. I need to change the ticker. The merch is bought by you Murkies. For every super chat, minimum of $1, you enter your name into the raffle, and you could score a hoodie for a fucking $1, gang. Anyway, I love you guys. You're my favorite people. I'll wake up for y'all. I'll see you for Cooking with Zimmy 3, baby. I'm sure we're all hungry now. Ooh. Oof.
The crazed cult leader behind the gruesome massacre of 8 people back in 1969, well, he has broken his 20-year silence in a jailhouse interview. He rambles on about the president, the environment, and of course, himself. David Muir, you're going to take a little bit of a closer look at this man.
You're right, Robin. And now 4 decades since those brutal murders, the convictions for them, his words are every bit as cold and dark, and he weighs in not only on himself, but the president, global warming. And he's also asked about the crimes, the brainwashing of those killers. And so this morning, his answers 40 years later.
It was 40 years ago Charles Manson was convicted after the gruesome murders of 8 people, including the pregnant Sharon Tate. And after 2 decades of silence, he is talking from his California jail cell. His words still every bit as chilling.
We've told everybody that all things are bad. Bad is not good. Good is not bad. Bad and good go together. You have to accept one to understand the other. You have to accept yourself as God. You got to realize you're just the devil just as much as you're God. That you're everything and you're nothing at all.
While on the phone with a reporter for Vanity Fair Spain, Manson, now 76, is asked about brainwashing those followers to kill back in 1969, referred to then as the Manson family.
I live in the underworld. I don't tell people what to do. They know what to do. If they don't know what to do, they don't come around me. Because I'm very mean. I am very mean. You understand what I'm saying when I say mean?
And knowing that the reporter asking the questions was Spain. In the middle of the interview, Manson begins rambling in Spanish.
I'm very mal hombre.
I'm a very bad man, he says.
You speak Spanish? Muy poco.
He says he learned Spanish from fellow prisoners. Manson now has a new attorney who has asked President Obama to set Manson free, even as the convict offers harsh words for the president, calling him foolish. About Wall Street, he says they're playing with him. And he says we're all playing with the environment.
And if we don't wake up to that, there's going to be no weather. Because our polar caps are melting because we're doing bad things to the atmosphere.